anyway. Harlan's on the Zoom. So Harlan, if you want to participate, raise your virtual hand or whatever, or text me. I don't know. And otherwise, I guess I'm going to turn it over to you guys.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for the opportunity for us to go over our plan here. This is just a reminder. This is a required plan by OSPI that has to be submitted, is supposed to be submitted by June 1st. And it is used to access your ESSER $3. So this is our initial OSPI recovery plan. And for this presentation, what we're going to do is give you an overview of this initial planning document. And it was attached, the tool, the checklist, if you will, was attached to the agenda, but then you were provided kind of all the supporting documentation that the team will be talking off of today. And just know that if the board approves the plan and once it's submitted, we will take the plan and the supporting documents and post those publicly on the website so the public can go and look at it. One thing I did want to note, though, that this is, I would argue, our best guesstimation of what the needs of our students will be coming in this summer and coming in the fall. And, there's an expression in education that good teachers monitor and adjust. And so the team has done a great job really thinking comprehensively about what we anticipate will be the academic and social emotional recovery needs of our students. But, I just want to be clear to people, I would assume some of this will adjust and change as we bring the students back and as we do assessments and we kind of are eye to eye in the same space with them and having conversations, and as our counselors are unpacking and our teachers are unpacking conversations. So I say that just because I wouldn't want somebody to think that everything exactly as it is in this document today may be what we're doing, say, come October. It's our best guesstimation of what I think we would be doing. So we have completed the OSPI tool or the checklist, and then we asked, basically 7 departments have drafted briefs on how the department will implement their recovery efforts, what assessment tools will be used, what curriculum support materials will be used, activities, etc. I've asked each of the leads to share their highlights of their brief in about a 3 to 4 minute presentation. The board can ask questions along the way, but doing so, we figured we'd leave about a half an hour at the end. And then, of course, we have it on the regular agenda as well. So we wanted you to have plenty of time to hear what we had to say, but then also ask questions. Again, we're going to try to leave about 30 minutes. The submittal is on June 1st. So should the board take action on this plan tonight, we've got a plan to get it all submitted prior to June 1st. And then again, once that happens, Alicia and I have been talking, we'll have a plan to get it out, posted to the public so they can see it as well. So I think at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Alme, who's kind of coordinated some of the work that all the departments have done in our ed planning team. So Josh.
Thank you, Superintendent Thiele. And just real quick, when you look at that document that we'll be submitting to OSPI, it's really more of a box check on a lot of things. We did this exercise because it brings a lot more detail to for the public, for the board, as far as the efforts, recovery efforts that we're planning for next year. So we have an order here, and I've asked everybody to keep it to 3 minutes. There's going to be a lot more information in those packets, but if we can keep each one to 3 minutes, we know that that's going to leave a half hour plus for the board to ask questions and dig a little bit deeper if as they'd like to do that. So folks who are going to be talking, when I'm waving at you, don't wave back. That just means that your 3 minutes is up. So, and I'll kind of keep time on that perspective. So we're going to, real quick here, we're going to start with Pam Ridenauer, our Director of Student Interventions, to talk about the well-being aspect. Then we're going to move over to Jody Bongard and Susan Mundell, who are going to talk about not just elementary COVID recovery efforts, but also elementary summer school. And then Jason Morse We'll talk about middle school and middle school summer school as far as our recovery efforts. Then Donna Hood, high school and high school summer school for our recovery efforts. Rich Mellish is going to talk about teaching and learning services and all of their recovery efforts. Then we'll go over to Elena Sivadosan. We'll talk about equity recovery efforts and also share the equity framework that her and the department have been working very, just putting a lot of time and energy into over the past year. And then we are going to sew it all up with Dr. Bailey, who will talk about our recovery efforts around special services. So I'm going to stop talking. I'm going to hand it over to Pam. Pam, take it away.
Thank you. I think people are doubting if I can do the 3 minutes only, but I'm first off and I'm going to do my best. So Pam Ridenour, Director of Student Interventions. As many of you have heard in the last time I presented, the tiered intervention system is something that we're really proud of in the student intervention system. And I think now more than ever, that intervention system is something that we need to lean into. If you look at the bottom portion of the student well-being section, the first part of your document, it refers to the UW Smart Center research that was put out in April. And it talks about a lot of the needs that our students will have within returning back to school. And that was taken into consideration from our student interventions department. I think a lot of us want to be done with the pandemic and we are anxious and ready to move on. But this plan is called a recovery plan for a reason, and we need to be strategic in how we meet the needs of our students. And our tiered system and practices can support with the cadence that our students are going to need. I'll touch on a few things in the universal supports that I think are important for us to talk about. We have already started our conversations in talking about the recovery needs of students and their social emotional needs from the start of the school year. And within these conversations, we have talked about the fact that everyone, staff and students, will be transitioning back from change. Things will look different and they will need some time to adjust to the new environment. So a lot of our all admin conversations have also been about how we're going to support our staff. I think that's really important because that also supports our students. Building stamina, building brain breaks for our students as they get back into their learning. The need to reteach behaviors in a different environment. How you learn at home is also maybe different than how you might be learning at school. So that is part of PBIS, and that those will be reinforced in the school. Increased mental health needs of students. If you look at the CDC research that was in the UW Smart Center, they do talk about an increase in mental health needs for our students. That will be addressed in the student well-being plan. And an increased demand on both behavior and academic also can bring other behaviors out in our students. So being mindful in how we recognize what the function is of that behavior and how we respond. So with that in mind, the universal supports are the supports that support all students. So we will be working on clear expectations. They're posted, taught, and reinforced. So we can't assume that students will remember or even know, because we have new students returning to school that haven't even been there. So a real emphasis on reinforcing those behaviors, continuing our SEL, social emotional learning. And then also the proactive classroom management is a big part of PBIS efforts. And part of that is relationships come first. So we know that the start of the year is so essential in establishing those relationships, meeting the students at the door, positively reinforcing and explicitly teaching routines. Looking under the diagnostic assessments, we'll continue with the BZ SDQ, and we're also going to do a reboot of SWIS. We need to look consistently on how we're identifying and labeling the behaviors in our system. Am I already getting my wave? Okay, I'm speeding it up here. We need to be able to look at that behavioral data across the district. So we really want to be able to look at it with consistent definition. The one thing, if I'm skipping down here for my other key thing that I want to address, is we have been doing a lot of work with our admin and counselors on school refusal skills and interventions that support that. And that training has been done with our administrators and our counselors. And then lastly, we have worked with Bella Bukowski, who is a trainer that came in and worked on some cognitive behavioral therapy skills that we will be really helpful in supporting students that have anxiety and running some support groups around that.
Jody Bongard, Assistant Superintendent of Elementary Education. And I'll touch on a couple things, Pam, that you weren't able to get into deep enough, I think, here. But to monitor student progress and current levels of academic and social-emotional well-being, we've been working with our elementary principals and proactively providing PD in thinking towards next year and some of the pieces that they're going to be moving forward as part of COVID recovery plans. So one of the pieces that we did was provided PD with, in collaboration with Dr. Bailey's department, in looking at the referral process and what that will look like next year, as we're anticipating referrals could increase. And we want to make sure that we're not over-identifying students and also keeping in mind disproportionality and applying some consistent processes and templates and interventions before then we take it to the next step. So PD over that referral process and how to gather data for progress monitoring of effectiveness of interventions. We also, following the analysis of student engagement data, our principals attended a training with Dr. Lisa Hoyt and looking at the best practices for remote learning so that we could start to try to put some things in place this year to continue to support student learning, especially for those kids who weren't engaging, and trying to start that recovery even this year to get more student engagement through that process. 3 of our elementary, Sunset, Clark, and IVE, participated through the CCEIS funded year-long staff development, again with Dr. Lisa Hoyt, on MTSS best practices, effective use of tiered teams, disproportionality, and increasing awareness and knowledge of disproportionality with their staff, and have found that the success that they've seen with implementation of, again, consistent processes among tiered teams has been highly effective. And so hoping lessons learned there they can share with their principal colleagues. Supporting social emotional well-being, we're using some of our existing systems. Our students were given the BC, and we've looked at that data this year and already started to implement some interventions based on that data. We will have that data and be able to compare it when we redo the BC next year to see progress that students have made and to monitor to see if interventions are successful. Also looking at the student engagement data, both that families participated in as well as students, and making some changes based on what that data revealed. And then preparing for the fall return of students, again, using some of our existing systems in place, our rising learners, for example, ECE students, preschool, our ECAP preschool, transitional K, bridge to kindergarten, having our transition meetings and really focusing on what the students' needs will be next year. And both the receiving schools and the sending schools are meeting to help put into place plans so that we're proactive as students enter in the fall, those plans will be in place. And then to facilitate relationships, connections, and partnership with families, we'll continue with our 3 days of the Family Connections conferences and have had ongoing conversations with IEA around figuring out how we might be able to continue the 1st through 5th family engagement that we did for the first time this year. Our 1st through 5th staff said, oh my gosh, highly valuable. We want to be able to do that again. So we're looking at how we might be able to do that on Wednesdays. And then I just got the wave, so I'm going to quickly go over summer school. We're planning on serving pre-KK this summer at 3 sites and a total of about 120 students at 3 satellite sites. And then Clark will have 8 to 10 classes of 20 students per class, 4 weeks, and that for the first time, transportation provided as well as free of charge. And both programs are free of cost and transportation provided at pre-K as well. Collaborating with, again, Dr. Bailey's department, we'll also be housing some of our special ed services at Clark Summer School this year and doing some integration between the two programs. And I'm out of time, but I would encourage you to look at the identification process that we used for identifying groups of students to attend those summer programs.
All right, Jason Morris, Exec Director of Middle Schools. It appears the time goes very quickly. So middle schools will be kicking off a much more robust summer program this year, which I'm excited to announce in partnership. I think you'll hear a theme of collaboration in partnership with Dr. Bailey. We've been working on promoting a inclusionary practices model summer school for middle school students. Transportation will be provided, and we're going to base that in English language arts and math skills. And we're also seeking to hire staff with special education background and ELL background so we can identify students who have struggled to engage throughout middle school and provide that summertime opportunity for them. Throughout next year, we are going to continue partnering with our Teaching and Learning Services Department. We'll be using data sources such as Alex Math and our iReady data that we've rolled out this year, but then we will also continue to track that next year. So twofold, we can track progress, monitor progress, but also use iReady and Alex data to identify spots where maybe students need additional support. And as you can imagine, time is going to be of the essence because our school year is not necessarily longer next year. So working wisely to identify spots where students need some acceleration or they need some backfill, if you will, for skills that were missed will be part of our plans next year. We'll also leverage common assessment data for that work. We'll continue. This is a thing I think that's going to have to carry on throughout the school year, which would be standards identification, what standards we've hit or what standards we need to maybe pick up on. We'll continue to offer, and we've been working on modifying our intervention classes for ELA and math with some inclusionary practice models and things of that nature. Again, those will be iReady and Alex driven as far as content and data. We'll continue to monitor DNF lists from the previous year through next year and all grade data. And we'll continue with the monitoring of Alex and iReady scores. A huge piece for middle school is really going to be the social and emotional component. I would remind the group that middle school is the shortest grade span, 3 grades, which is the shortest amount of years. We've been remote for a year and a half. So we're going to have, 6th and 7th graders and 8th graders, quite frankly, that don't have a lot of experience in the building. So we're going to leverage our SEL work. We're going to continue with our second step lessons, but also an emphasis on character strong to really refine our behavior and our expectations at middle school. And then we'll leverage the SDQ data for social emotional support. I've already started with PD with my staff, my principals on grading practices and trauma-informed practices. And much to what Assistant Sue Bongart mentioned, I'll have a special ed PD for all my principals prior to the start of the school year because we know that that's likely to be an important aspect of working with our IEP students.
All right. I am Donna Hood, Exec Director of High School Education, and you have heard from me a little bit before about the ENL and the grading practice work. So I'm going to launch into the part here about other academic supports. This year, we successfully offered 3 tests that all count for competency credit. The PSAT, we offered twice, the SAT and the ASVAB. Some of my schools were able to offer the ASVAB twice as well, which is awesome. All of those assessments offer cut scores that enable kids to earn core credit under our Regulation 2409P. We have strategically invited students to our Wednesday academic support time, and I'm happy to report that we are seeing really strong numbers for summer school enrollment. We have right now students signed up for 417 courses. We will keep close track of that data. We'll disaggregate it and determine how many have earned credit in what areas. And we'll also track grades improved in summer school. That is happening also in our online learning department. Students sometimes opt to do it there. We have a large uptick in online learning enrollment for summer, probably because some kids are feeling very comfortable in that format. And we have about 156 enrollments right now, largely for enrichment things that they couldn't maybe normally otherwise access. We will track their credit earned, also grades. And then I wanted to just put in a reminder that we really determined the offerings for summer school based on the student academic data from semester one. So we knew exactly what kids needed. We were able to monitor and track what we were seeing also at MT3, Q3. So we're usually pretty good about being able to predict what the need is. It is somewhat staffing dependent, but provided we can fill it, we like to offer it. We are also doing a lot more for our LRC1 students this summer, but I'll let Dr. Bailey talk about that. We did not happen to get any ESSER funding for Echo Glen, so I wanted to make sure that the board was aware of that. That's sort of fairly recent news, but it is a fact. Extracurriculars, far more good news there. We had more than 2,000 students participate in a sport. We have conducted 3 seasons, and all of them have had some form of intra-league competition. Everyone has been flexible as they have had to schedule and reschedule sometimes, but they've had a blast doing it. Our high school activity coordinators did orientations for 9th grade students this year as they returned to the buildings, and our admin teams did some interesting sort of open house, open doors, office hour-y kinds of things for our older students. Clubs have continued, and we've seen a large uptick in club participation, even if the advisor has done some of it virtually or the students have attended virtually. We're seeing very strong club membership. We also will utilize the SDQ data, and of course, we will be tracking throughout the fall which students are eligible for a 5th year, and if they are eligible for a competency credit, also using AP and IB scores that will come in through the summer. We don't usually get those until June or July. And then, of course, ISF tutoring and other options that we can offer to kids for support.
All right, so in the TLS section, part of what I tried to do is give some definition to some of those boxes that were checked in the report. So hopefully you'll see the correlation there. But I want to start with looking at some of those assessments. These are some of the bigger assessments we've been using. This year, we've integrated quite a bit of iReady Math, Alex, and Savas to monitor K-12 mathematics. Had a lot of success with that, and we've been piloting iReady Reading K-8 and Really Great Reading as a targeted diagnostic tool for students who are identified through the iReady Reading as needing more intensive supports. So those are really just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to assessment, but these are some criterion referenced, oftentimes nationally normed assessments that can give us a really good predictive read on our students and their achievement of our standards. We also have our common assessments. We have our curriculum-based assessments and classroom-based assessments that we use to do additional diagnostic assessment throughout the school year. I also wanted to give some context for the elements of these plans because they're really based on best practice around accelerated learning. Accelerated learning begins with the identification of essential learnings and the prerequisite skills and knowledge for each unit or course. And it's important to know that so that we can assess where students are at and identify any of those prerequisite skill gaps. So each unit, we're building up structures to be able to go into a unit of study in a course and identify when students have prerequisite skill or knowledge gaps. And that way we can design instruction so that not only do we keep the essential learnings going, but we are also giving targeted instruction to backfill those gaps. What that does is it allows us to not move units from previous years in, but to keep learning on track. And yes, we might alter the scope and sequence somewhat to be more focused on those essential learnings, but we can get through the full course of study while at the same time going in and backfilling those gaps. And the research has shown that that's an effective way of accelerating learning and helping all students catch up and not just perpetuating being behind by constantly teaching them from previous content. And then we of course want to keep doing assessments so that we can identify where we need to do reteaching. And the instruction throughout that should be scaffolded and universally designed so all students can access the new learning. Again, the big benefits of that is keeping students up on new learning while backfilling skill and knowledge gaps, and it will accelerate without having to compromise our programs. The last piece I just wanted to draw attention to, because it's so small at the bottom of page 7, are the success blocks, study skills, and credit recovery. Those are three pieces that have received a massive amount of attention this year at each of the levels, providing structures for inclusive and targeted supports for students at each level. The success blocks are an elementary program to make sure that we target early reading skills so that all students can develop those reading skills and strategies. The study skills is a body of work we're doing to expand beyond read and math 180 at the middle school and make sure that we are providing targeted support in each of the areas of need, whether that be reading, writing, or executive functioning. And then the credit recovery is a way of leveraging some of the online work we've done this year to expand the options and efficacy of our credit recovery work at the high school. We're excited about all the work that's happening. And I feel like each of these bullets we could probably write several pages on. So
Elena Sivadosan, Executive Director of Equity. As you all know, the Equity Department has a unique role within the district where we are not contained to a particular level or department or program. And so our work is infused throughout the system. And we have provided a collaborative role around a variety of recovery processes already, from collaborating around summer school to our different intervention work to bringing in professional development regarding cultural competency and trauma-informed practices. But for the purpose of tonight, what I really wanted to focus on was the equity framework that our department has created in order to help bring our equity mission around EL16 to life throughout our system. And while we have been highly focused on our equity work throughout the district for the last handful of years, we all know that we are still very much have some of our own blind spots, our own biases, or even deep culture, right, that we have to think through when we're making decisions about programs or policies or practices. So this equity framework really helps us provide a structured format to give us an equity lens and cultural competency lens when we're making decisions. When you look at the framework in the packet that's been provided, the framework really starts with our mission, right, which is our why, and that really humanizes the work that we're doing and puts people behind the decisions that we are making. And the framework then sort of flows into the 6 different areas that we really focus on in regards to EL16. So as buildings will have this framework, different programs or departments will have the framework, and they will be able to use that framework to help guide them in decisions that they're making specifically to our recovery practice. The one part that I really wanted to focus on within the framework is how we sort of set the stage for people as they're using the framework. And I think that this is critical because it requires people to pause before they make decisions, right? So there's a self-reflection component that is needed because to be honest, when we're making decisions about different programs or policies or practices, oftentimes the people that are making those decisions may not be a diverse group of individuals. And so this slows us down and requires us to think like, who is at the table, who is not at the table, maybe what sort of power dynamics are at play, how will these decisions that we're making advance equity or maybe not advance equity, and just kind of puts us in that mind frame before we jump into any of the decisions that we're making. Okay, my last point that I wanted to talk about was just to remind everyone that the framework does not exist within a vacuum. So staff have been provided a variety of professional development that sets them up well to be able to use the framework. They've also been given tools that they can use that embed equity and an equity analysis into them. So that's been addressed through some of our tiered work with our at-risk indicators, some of our TFI work where we're looking at our equity beliefs, and then also some of our special education, our ELL critical data matrix work that helps us really slow down and provide an equity and diversity lens into the decisions that we're making. So
Dana Bailey, Executive Director, Special Services. Students with disabilities are general education students first, so they are considered for all the recovery services you have already heard from the team. We will be addressing any student with a disability who has had a learning impact due to the COVID-19 long closures, and doing so through the IEP process for an individual decision and documenting it with a prior written notice. For this summer, we are participating in all of these general education summer programs and making sure that students with disabilities are represented within. For special services, recovery services and transition recovery services are intended to be outside of the regular school day. So for next year, we'll be looking at before and after school programs, Wednesday, late start, early release programs, and during school breaks. And we hope to learn a great deal from this summer's inclusive practices summer programs and make next summer's practices even better. And recovery services for students with disabilities will go on until the student is deemed recovered. So we look forward to a long relationship with recovery services. And our best writing is in the document, and I thank you very much.
Okay, so we didn't leave you quite a half an hour, but almost 20 minutes for questions that you might have about our recovery plan.
Yeah, and I should just add, because Dr. Gallinger was asking me why we didn't do this on the regular agenda. And in fact, we do have a half hour on the regular agenda to sort of hit the high points.
Yes.
This was just meant for a little bit more in-depth discussion and questions. So does anybody have any questions? Sydney.
For summer school identification, has this already occurred? So knowing at each level, have we already identified who needs to go and sent those, I guess, invitations?
I can speak to the elementary summer school. Yes, we have been inviting students this past couple of weeks, and we're still continuing to invite as families either say yes or no. We then continue to fill spaces, but yes, invitations have gone out. And I believe at this time we've completed invitations, but waiting to hear back from some families.
Can I, before, just to add on to that, are you finding most people are allowing their kids to sign up for summer school? Or are you having, I mean, so what's your success rate at getting kids to do summer school, I guess?
Yeah, I don't have exact numbers, Director Moore, but so far in talking with Nancy Young and her team that are doing the actual phone calls, and then schools are following up, parents are participating. They're eager. We're actually getting parents calling us saying, my student didn't get an invitation. Will they get one? So there's a lot of interest, and actually we were a little bit surprised. We thought maybe people might be a little bit fatigued due to COVID and remote learning. But so far we've had really great response and a lot of interest.
I do think
Summer school will be in person?
Yes, I was just going to say that, Director Moore. I think we need to be very clear.
Right.
We are talking about in-person summer school.
In person. And how long is the summer school day for, at the elementary level?
At the elementary level, it's a 3-hour day,
So
5 days a
3 hours
week.
in person, 5 days a week.
And as Assistant Superintendent Bongard said, and I think this is important, we are offering transportation really on a large scale for the first time as well. And this is part of our ESSER support funds.
So for middle school, to some of those same questions, we're planning on a 3-hour day for students. We will begin inviting students next week. So I have the letters ready to go. We do start just a little bit later than the elementary. We'll be starting on July 12th and going through August 6th. So I'm running about a week behind where Assistant Sue Bongard is, but we'll have those invites out next week. So I don't have data on our ratio of acceptance to offering. However, to the point of transportation, I am guardedly optimistic that taking away that gate, if you will, or that barrier of transportation, I think is going to be really important for our younger kids. We don't want middle schoolers driving themselves to summer school. We'll take care of that. But I do think that's been a barrier in the past. And quite frankly, middle school, summer school hasn't been very robust in the last few years. And I think transportation was a piece of that. So I'm guardedly optimistic that this is maybe a new chapter that we can, one of those takeaways from COVID, maybe that we like and decide to keep.
Where will middle school, summer school be?
We're going to host it at Issaquah Middle School.
Okay, and so kids from all over the district will come into IMS.
Yeah,
And same thing at elementary. It's all at Clark, but they'll all,
Yes.
it's offered to the kids that need it across the district.
Yes.
Yeah,
True.
so we will offer K-5 at Clark, and then we have 3 satellite sites where we'll do a class of pre-K and kindergarten at 3 sites, Challenger, Apollo, and IVE. Challenger, Apollo, and Issaquah Valley.
One in each region of the district. And then high school, summer school at Issaquah High School.
Any other questions?
Yes.
Go ahead.
What is the criteria for 5th year of high school?
Only criterion is that you didn't graduate. So really any student is eligible for it, but particularly this year, the State Board of Ed was very crystal clear in their language that all students not eligible to graduate will be offered a 5th year. In the past, we have found that there are some families who very much appreciate that and needed the extra time for whatever reason, a health emergency, a big move, some other interruption to their lives. And I'm really hopeful that some kids are going to access it and really make good use of it.
In the special services page, you'll see a nuance of transition recovery services, and that is specifically targeted to our students who are or would have aged out. So turning 21 students typically are done. There's a special provision for this next year to invite those families for a year of recovery services so that those students may access the community, which they were denied this year, and complete their transition plans to their adult services mostly.
That's kind of interesting.
So as you might imagine, the ACT program that I know the board pays a lot of attention to is going to be historically large next year. So we are commandeering a vacated portable from Clark Elementary, which adjacent to the current ACT campus. Some of this is literally developing kind of in the moment almost. I think I was informed of the Clark portable about 6 or 7 hours ago. So Dana and her team, first of all, our special services has just done an amazing job through this pandemic. As you know, they've been the students that we got in first and the longest. And I'm thrilled that we're able to do this for our 22-year-olds. But it does mean that ACT is going to be, I mean, there have been times in the past where the ACT entire program had like 10 or 12 kids in it. What numbers are we anticipating, Dr. Bailey?
54.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now, there is an ACT graduation scheduled, so obviously some kids are graduating and then some kids are getting an extra year. How is that working?
So they have looked forward to that all year, and it would not be kind to them or fair to them to have them miss their own "this is my turn" special act graduation. So we're continuing with those plans. And there's a nuance that we should be aware of, that we will have students who are 22 turning 23 with the newly turned 18. So we will build them a something yet to be determined that provides the right developmentally appropriate teaching and learning for all kids. So yes, we're having an ACT graduation. It's going to be fabulous. And they're going to continue for another year for something like ACT College.
Okay, so are we anticipating that entire graduating class will stay another year?
It is an individual family decision, and they don't need to stay the whole year. They could say, well, we want to do these 5 things. And once we do those 5 things, we're done, which is why we don't want to miss our opportunity to honor them in our traditional graduation.
Fair enough.
The real important thing that those students have missed out on is those opportunities to go out and work in the community. And that's really what we hope to be able to bring them back, so they can go again to the Wise and to Swedish and all of those amazing community partners, Safeway, that have supported that program over the years.
And are those organizations signaling that they'll be able to put those programs, like open them back up now, or are they still in limbo?
We are hopeful. And if that does not happen, we have a backup plan to provide something strong enough to model that they can do what they need to do as they move to their adult services. But I am hopeful the community numbers continue to drop and things continue to open. But if it doesn't, we have a plan for them.
I'm choosing to be very optimistic, Director Mullins, that things are going to be opening up. The governor is talking about opening things up. Many businesses now are starting to open up more and more. So I'll use Dana's word. We're hopeful, but I feel somewhat optimistic as well.
Okay. Oh,
Just one more,
okay.
which is, I guess it's the keep permanently list. I mean, there's things here that seem like things we would want to keep with us long-term and not just for this year of recovery. So like the 9th grade orientation, or there's a couple I went by, the summer school transportation. So are those things that we're already, I guess, noting, or how will that work going into the future to say some of these things are just, the goodness we are taking out of this period?
Yeah. We've talked about summer school transportation in this district for a long time. Of course, we have a different pot of money that's going to help us do this. I think the quick answer to your question would be yes. However, I also don't want to overcommit to something. If, the budgetary restraints or something next year don't allow us to do something, obviously we wouldn't be able to. But clearly, and as Assistant Superintendent Bongard said too, looking at things like those parent engagement conferences. I mean, we learned through the Walk Kids process the value of those. Transportation for summer school, learning management systems. There are a number of things that came to us as a result of COVID that I believe will stick around and continue to be a support. It's hard to predict exactly all of them. Some of them we may want to, but we just may not have the capacity to do as well.
Well, and to be clear, a lot of what's on the list were things we were already doing anyway, right? This is not all new stuff.
No, by and large, these are things we do. They're being utilized in a different way and maybe more targeted and with some more intentionality as we move into the recovery period. But you're correct. A lot of these assessments, Executive Director Mellish and his team have brought in before too. Yeah, Josh?
I was just going to add that one thing that we were, especially Dr. Bailey, was really moving on right before the pandemic was looking to model a special education summer school similar to one of our neighbors, which was much more robust as we've taken those steps. And that is another piece that I think, regardless of the pandemic and recovery efforts, that was a priority leading into the pandemic. And I just wanted to say that piece too.
You had a question.
The work that was done with Dr. Lisa Hoyt, maybe it was Pam who talked about that, with Sunset Clark and IVE or Jody. How will the learnings of that be spread to all of the schools? Because it sounded like it was valuable interventions at those three, but how do we get it for all?
So thank you for asking. That was targeted work that is in alignment with our best thinking around how to serve students who are noted in the disproportionality CCEIS work. And those three schools are honestly where we started. We learned a lot about how best to infuse that into the everyday workings of school. And we have no barriers to continuing that through other schools and other buildings and other grade levels. So it was, I think, very well received. It was a lot of work during COVID, but she is a master at her craft and her game is instruction. So strengthening instructional practices throughout all the schools. There's no barrier to that. That's just where we started.
And then I would just add, we have at our sectionals opportunities for principals to share lessons learned, if you will. And so those three principals have shared some really key information about the process they're going through and shared with colleagues. And then principals come to us and say, hey, could we have a PD? We know we're not going to get the full sessions. And so then in our monthly PDs, then we've had, working through Dana's department, Lisa Hoyt come in, I think actually twice now, and some of her colleagues, so that our other principals, the rest of them get to hear some of the key learnings that they're carrying out with their staffs.
Do you have anything else from the board, from Dr. Gallinger? I know we were going to do a lot of this regardless of whether or not OSPI asked us, but it is really nice to see it all in one place, and it's a not insignificant document. So
yes, that, you know, I'll be honest, I haven't always been the friendliest towards OSPI at times in some of the bureaucratic processes. And this would have fallen into that when it first arrived in my inbox, and I heard Superintendent Reichdahl talk about it. And frankly, even when I saw the checklist itself, it wasn't until the team and Dr. Bailey and her staff did a lot of work on this. It was interesting when I first sent it out, Mr. Turney and Mr. Cooper started filling it out because they saw it as tied to getting ESSER funds. And then pretty quickly said, hey, we're going to need some help from the education side of the house on this. I appreciated that effort. This has been a real team effort. And you're right, President Weaver, it's a pretty hefty document. I will say it really did force us to think deeply about it. And in a pretty accelerated time frame, you might imagine we're pretty busy with a lot of things right now, but the team has really leaned into this. It became a big part of our last few Ed Planning Committee work, and Josh has helped organize it all together. And but it does. You're right. It's comprehensive. But I do, as I said at the very beginning too, my only caution is we're going to learn things about our students when they come back and as the school year starts. And some of these things could get tweaked as a result of that, or we'll learn something along the way. So this is not a plan that I believe it should be set in stone, but I do think it's like a really good lesson plan going into the summer and the 21-22 school year for how we're going to address these specific needs.
And then you did say that once the board approves it, it will go up on the website, because I think
Yes.
it's a really useful forward-facing document to say, hey, look, we know that a lot of things happen during remote learning that weren't ideal. And here's our plan for bringing everybody back to where they should be or better.
Absolutely. It will be a highlight of our COVID pages. And I'm sure, Alicia, in the communications department, it'll be part of the board meeting summary. It'll get pushed out in a lot of ways. I would hope that there will be a lot of interest in the community to how we're going to do this. I mean, so much of our work right now, whether it be our K-3 pilot happening at 2 of our elementary schools, the fact that we brought our secondary schools back to 4 days a week starting today. I'd love to be able to tell the Seattle Times that, by the way. And this is all efforts, one, to better serve our students now in the moment, but also to demonstrate to our staff, to our students, to the public, to our families, we can do this. We can do this safely. We can do this in a manner that allows for us to transition back to normal. And all of those things that I just discussed, the K-3 pilot has gone really well. Lunch services, our schools, our principals, our teachers have really been pretty remarkable in how they've done this. And so I just want to reassure people, because I want everybody to know that our primary focus is directed towards the board's recent resolution of getting us back to full-time 5-day-a-week schooling starting in the fall. And
Well, and I think honestly, the public, a lot of the community just wants to know there's a plan.
yeah,
We don't even care what it is. We want to know that you have a plan. So
yeah, I
that's
should
important.
share too that I'm working with Alicia in communications. I met with the principal group on Tuesday, and one of the things they asked was for a specific kind of public message. I'm going to do it in the video format. I haven't done one of those for a while. And that really reiterates, we have a plan. Here's the plan. Here's how you access the information about the plan. Here's our planning for the fall as well, and really get a clear message out about what we're working towards to begin August 31st next year. So yeah, I would anticipate that either late next week, early the following week, before school is out. There'll be a message from me to the entire community to that effect.
I think that'd be great. It is 5:57. I vote for a 2-minute break
I can do it during our,
before, oh, I'm sorry. Did you have a question? I didn't see your hand.
I can do it during meeting.
Okay, yeah, because we will revisit this in regular session. So let's break for 2 minutes, come back at 6:00.
Great. Thanks, team. Yeah. Model wearing the mask when it was appropriate. So now we can start modeling. But in here, obviously.
Hey Ron, you said I called the Mariners, so I called the Mariners and
Yeah.
they said
We did. We upped our capacity. We're gonna do the vaccination group seating. So we actually, they got back in touch with us. We kind of continued to work with them.
Right, but you could do things all back to like about as normal as you wanted if you wanted, but this doesn't.
maybe if she turned on her mic. You tell me when are we set? Good to go? Okay. Okay, good evening. Welcome to this meeting of the Issaquah School Board for Thursday, May 27th. And the board has been not in executive session. The board has been in a work study on the, what did we call it? The OSPI Academic and Student Wellbeing Recovery Plan. I don't know why that didn't trip off my tongue. And we will be discussing that again in the regular agenda for those of you who were not available to discuss it with us or to watch our discussion earlier. And with that, let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, and now we have student input, and we have two students from Liberty High School, Dhruv and Mari. If I mangled your name, please tell me. And it's up to you who wants to go first and what you want to say. It looks like Dhruv is first.
Well, let's see if Mari comes on. And I'm going to apologize to our Liberty High School students because this week got away from me and I did not forward on the agenda to remind you students about coming. So I'm glad we have our students here this week. It's just not gone well for me.
Okay, well, Mari is there. She just doesn't have her camera on. So we'll let Dhruv go first.
Yeah, thank you so much.
We can't hear you though.
Hello? Can you hear
The
me?
joys of technology.
Can you hear me? Hello?
It could be on our end. Yeah, no, unmute him, but do we have the volume on our end?
Hello?
It may not be you.
Can you hear me?
It seems like he can hear us.
You can hear us, right? But we could say something else.
Hello?
No.
No, we can't hear you. Well, this is going to be trouble. Oh, Harlan is trying to test it for us, perhaps? No, you're just on there. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. I don't know what to do.
Hello.
Well, except we can hear you here, so that's going to be.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. Did he undo it? Oh. Dhruv, do you want to say something?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries. So I think I'd like to talk about how kind of refreshing it was to see like a lot of people at school today with like the 4-day-a-week hybrid schedule. I think obviously this was like a long time like waiting for it. But it just kind of felt refreshing to see that there was like a plan that was put into action and executed from the district. I don't know. I think I heard a little bit of your conversation before the meeting started. And I know that that's what you were focusing on. So I would like to comment on that as well. I also think that just like the idea of like connection and having lots of people in a building brought back the sense of normalcy, which obviously is something that we'd wanted to achieve from the get-go. So I think that was a really, really important accomplishment from the district. And I just wanted to share how it wasn't just me, it was people around me. Just the energy of the building seemed to start to come back at Liberty. And so I think obviously the year is kind of at an end, but as you look to next year, keep trying to keep this sense of community in mind. I I know I've had a conversation with Mr. Thiele one-on-one, and him and I shared the sentiment that community and meeting with people and forming relationships are really important. So continue to do that. I would say, I think the 4 days a week is great. And I just wanted to hop on and say thank you for that. It's really refreshing.
Thank you very much. We're really happy for 4 days as well, and we're going to be even happier for 5. So Mari, did you have input for us?
Yeah, I also, sorry, I wanted to turn on my camera, but I had it on at the beginning of the meeting and then the co-host turned it off. And so now it's not letting me turn my camera back on.
Oh,
I don't know if there's a way to fix that.
We can fix it. We have a person. Hang on just a minute. He's
Okay.
working on it.
Awesome. Okay, sorry. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Okay. So I just wanted to answer the question, the number 5 question, if you could change something at your school or about your education, what would it be? I'm aware that this has been talked about at previous school board meetings by other people from our exec board at Liberty, but I just wanted to touch on it again because I feel like we've all kind of said different things about it as far as I'm aware. I just wanted to bring up the class of like SEL and social and emotional learning. I think it's a class that holds a lot of value for our community, and I think it's one that's pretty overdue in sense of everything that's going on socially and a lot of things that have happened in our district these past couple of years. I think having this class is a great tool to have. However, I feel like a lot of the staff and a lot of the teachers who are teaching this class, from what I've seen and from what I've heard, they tend to be unprepared. Well, I think it's a great class and I'm really happy we have it and have began to implement it as a serious course this year. I just feel that if we had more of the training for the teachers who are teaching it, a lot of the time it seems like most of the teachers are pretty directionless in what point they're trying to get across, and are learning it right there with us when they're going over the slideshow. So I just feel like some better training could be helpful for that.
Thank you very much for your feedback. Certainly appreciate that. And you both should know that you're welcome to stay for as much of the meeting as you can. And if at any point you want to ask a question or insert a comment, you are more than welcome to do that. You are sort of honorary board members. And just if you want to make a comment, please raise your virtual hand. It'll pop up on my screen and I will see you. So thank you very much for that.
Yeah, sorry, thank you.
Yeah. I am now going to move on to public input. Public input is for items not on the regular agenda. Please keep your comments to 2 minutes. Please identify your name. Give us your name and your attendance area. Keep your comments to 2 minutes. Keep your comments civil. Do not touch on personnel matters or call out people by name. And please do remember that this is public input. The board will not respond to questions or comments, but we will obviously listen to what you have to say. So with that, if I have any public input on the Zoom, because I don't have any in the room, please raise your virtual hand. Okay, and I have one, which is Jennifer Bland.
Hello, thank you. Oh, let's see, start my video. There we go. All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name's Jennifer Bland. I am a member of the community. I live in the Issaquah School District in the service area for Sunset Elementary. As you can see from my background, I'm also a teacher in the district at Sunset Elementary. And I want to speak to the rules that we have set out for the meeting where there's public comment time. And our public comment time is 2 minutes, I believe, for each person. And they are, you're talking to a specific agenda item, or like right now, I get to give just some public comment that's on something that's not on the agenda item. And in that spirit of following the rules, I wanted to ask, I know you can't answer this, so I guess it's more of my comment, that I've been in some previous meetings where I've heard I've heard board members and I've heard administrators speaking to, they're speaking on an item on something that they're going to be making a decision on, but they bring up issues or situations with their own personal families, like their own children, whether it be in school or sports or some other kind of, they switch their hat from being a board member to being a parent, which to me means that those comments should be in the section for public comment and should also be limited to 2 minutes. I know that we want our meetings to not run over, and there's a lot of comments and meetings about that. So I would ask administrators, teachers, board members, that you consider what role you have. If you are serving the whole community, which I believe our board members are because they're elected officials, that you continue to serve and keep that focus on the whole community so that we are really focusing on that equity issue that is so important in our greater Issaquah community. As soon as we put our parent hat on, those conversations should be, for board members, they should have to be part of the public comment time and limited to 2 minutes. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you very much for your input. And I do not see any other hands. So I am going to move on to the consent agenda. And the consent agenda is a meeting management tool whereby the board is able to pass multiple items with one motion. Consent agenda items have been reviewed by the board prior to this meeting. Any board member may remove an item from the consent agenda and place it on the regular agenda for discussion, which actually happened tonight. So we do have one item on the regular agenda that was previously on the consent agenda. So do I have a motion?
I move the consent agenda be approved as presented.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? And the consent agenda passes. And do we have any changes to the regular agenda?
There are none.
Okay. So moving right along, we're back where we started on the OSPI Academic and Student Wellbeing Recovery Plan 2021. And we did this in work study because I think we just wanted the board to be able to take a bit of a deeper dive and understand all the components of the plan and ask any questions. But we do have 30 minutes on the agenda to review it. And I think it is important that the public hear some of the things that the board heard in our work study. I'm sorry. Oh, I do want to start with a motion. Thank you for catching me up on that.
Okay. I move the board approve the OSPI Academic and Student Wellbeing Recovery Plan as presented.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded, and now we're going to talk about it. So I guess I'm going to ask Superintendent Thiele to give us an overview, and then we'll take comments from the board.
Thank you, President Weaver. As I noted earlier, this is a required plan by the Office of the Superintendent of Public Instruction. This must be submitted in order for school districts to access their ESSER 3 dollars. And as I shared earlier, when this first came into my inbox and I first heard that we were going to be required to do this, there was a side of me that said, really, you have to tell us to think about how we're going to recover from the pandemic. But I do understand from the management side of the state educational systems, I guess they needed some continuity and reassurances from the 295 public school districts. So initially, my business office folks, our CFO and executive director of business and operations, saw the plan and started digging into it because it was related to ESSER 3 dollars. And pretty quickly realized this was more of an academic and social emotional well-being recovery plan. It was not just about the business office. So kudos to them for the dive in. But then the entire cabinet really has dug into this thing for the past few weeks. This is clearly something that we were thinking a lot about anyway. We started thinking about this during the middle of this current school year as well. And probably even going all the way back to the last part of the 1920 school year when we were forced into the fully remote teaching during the last third of that year. So As I noted, it is a quite comprehensive document. It starts with the checklist, the tool, if you will, from OSPI. And you can see we've gone through that and tried to the best of our ability, check the items that we thought were applicable to our planning process and to our needs. But realize that in and of itself didn't really provide a lot of information. So then what we provided the board with and what we would ultimately be providing to the public would be the detailed explanation that kind of goes behind that. And so we broke it out department by department. And so we had teaching and learning services and special services and the equity department, as well as elementary, middle, and high school, all kind of approach what they would be doing and how we would be supporting our principals and our teachers in their efforts to support our students and our counselors and mental health specialists and PBS coaches as well. So I did one comment that I made before we kind of dug into the details of the plan is this is our best thinking based on late May of 2021. And I think it's really good thinking. I think it's a lot of detail. And as I believe President Weaver pointed out in the work study, it's a lot of things that we already were planning to do or are doing, but it's just a little bit with greater intentionality and maybe a little bit more thoughtful related to specific well-being and academic recovery. Having said that, when we bring the students back in and get them in person, and I have to tell you, it just warmed my heart to hear from Drew today that he was excited to see some more of his classmates back at Liberty High School, that we will learn a lot about where the students are as individuals, and we will monitor and adjust as needed to support our students. And so I want to be clear that no lesson plan should ever be written in stone because good teachers do monitor and adjust. Now, I think we can safely say that the bulk of what's in this plan will absolutely happen. The use of the assessment tools, the screener tools, the instructional strategy approaches, obviously the planning for the more robust summer school that you heard about. That's, and to be clear, we are not waiting to start the recovery efforts. As you heard from some of the team, some of those things are happening right now. There's activities that are happening right now, outreach to families. And in fact, you'll recall that one of our MOUs that we collaborated with the teachers union on was to bring in struggling students for extra time. And we heard Executive Director Hood note that has been very, very successful and popular with a lot of students to get that additional, they come in on Wednesday time. Those were students, high school students that we were concerned maybe they had a lot of D's and F's and would be in danger of graduating on time. And working with our McKinney-Ventos transitional housing students and things like that as well. So essentially what we did was we took the plan, we looked at it by grade level, whether it be preschoolers, whether it be middle schoolers or high schoolers, students who receive special education services, and then started to strategize how we could best acquire the information we need to know about where they're at, and then design a plan that will help address those needs. And as I said, it starts with a much more robust summer school, and then we'll just carry right on through. And as you heard Dr. Bailey say, there'll be some uniqueness on the special education side in which individual IEPs will be followed. And I think it's important for people to know this is a process that will play out obviously through the summer, through all of next school year, and likely into the following summer and school year too, especially for some students. And so I just have to say, I really appreciate the work the staff put into it and the thoughtfulness, if you will, about how to address the wide variety of unique needs that we're anticipating. And then I also have to say, thank you to the school board. I know it was tough work 2 weeks ago, wordsmithing through your restoration resolution. But because we did receive some additional funds when the state budget was finally approved that allowed us to do that, you made it clear that your top priority was the social emotional well-being of our students. So I'm happy to say we've recalled all of the counselors that were on the list for reduction in force, all of the mental health specialists. Now we just have to hope that we can get them all hired, because we did have some open positions for our Swedish mental health folks, all of our PBSES coaches as well, and then our special education teachers. And we're actually in the process now of recalling some of those hard to fill positions. So that has all been good work in helping us address the negative impacts of the last 15 months of this terrible pandemic. So I feel really good that we have a plan. And then another important thing, once the plan has been accepted, we will push it out publicly so that the public can go through it in the same detail that the board has here tonight. And we'll keep that information updated. It'll be nice when our COVID pages turn away from things like remote learning and hybrid learning to recovery efforts during in-person schooling, because that's the goal that we're striving for. So just appreciate the effort that everyone has put into it. And again, student intervention services as well, and you heard from Director Ridenour here earlier tonight. That's a big part of this too, our ability to kind of wrap ourselves around the whole child. We recognize that the loss of in-person schooling did not just mean that students maybe got behind in some skills in math or science or reading or writing, but there's also some potential trauma that has to be unpacked as a result of all this as well. So I'm just really proud of the whole team, the way they've come together, and everybody is really looking forward to digging into this work. This is the kind of work that people go into education to do. So then if there are specific questions, I know this number of the staff are still ready to answer, or I can also take my stab at it as well.
Yeah. And I think it's important for those who weren't here for the work study that when you talked about all the different departmental pieces of this, we're talking about elementary school, middle school, high school, student intervention, teaching and learning, the equity department, and special services. So all of those groups came together to contribute to this document. Now, this is something OSPI is asking for, but I assume this is like they tick the box. Yes, you have a plan. This is not, oh, we're going to review your plan and accept it or reject it or.
Well, I hope somebody reviews our plan. And if they reject it, I hope they provide a good rationale and we'll go back and do the work that we need to do. It'd be kind of disappointing to me, but given the amount of effort and energy the team has put into it, if it just rolls across the top of somebody's desk and it's you turned it in, so you get the credit. But I really am not sure exactly what they'll do. I have heard Superintendent Reichdahl say that a number of plans have come in, and he seemed to reference that folks are reviewing the plans and that the plans actually look good. And I think even a reference to, the plans, once they're out there, go look at somebody else's plan too. I mean, we learn a lot from our neighboring districts, or people may learn from us as well. It is kind of a collective effort. We're all in this together for sure. But yeah, my hope would be that, since I've asked my staff to put, there's a lot of hours and good thinking that have gone into this. I hope that somebody down in Olympia takes a good look at it, because we're proud of the work that we've done. Obviously, this is just paper and documents. The real test comes when we actualize it out in the schools this summer and in the fall. But but I know, again, it's a requirement, and it's how we will access our ESSER $3. And if there's something that we have missed in all of this, and then certainly give us that feedback, OSPI. We're happy to do what we need to do to get it right.
Okay, so I will throw it out to the board either for questions, or if you just want to speak to any part of the plan that you were particularly interested in or wanted to review. And actually, I should start with Marnie, because I know that you had a question that I missed before.
Yeah, so actually I have a couple of questions. One is that I did notice on our agenda, it had the official one that goes to OSPI, which has mostly a bunch of check boxes. But the written detail, I think, is where the meat of that document is, although it's mostly in educationese that the general public wouldn't be able to see. But is that going to get posted as well as the check mark?
Yeah, more importantly, the latter, Director Moraldo, it is. And I appreciate your comment about educationese, and I know our communications executive director is listening to this, we may need to reword some of this more towards a public voice. That's an excellent point. But absolutely, the idea is to put all of this out there so that if I'm a community member and say I've got a child that's going to be rolling up to 4th grade next year and I really want to know. So, clearly, maybe their experience hasn't been that great in remote or hybrid learning, and they have concerns and they want to know, what is my school system going to do to support my child? I want them to be able to go to the website and find it. Certainly they can call their school, they could talk to their teachers as well. But prior to that, the intent here is to get as much information up for the general public to be able to go in and look at. Yes.
But now, to Marnie's point, this document in my hand is not the same as the document attached to the agenda. Are both of these being submitted to OSPI?
My intent is to submit it all to OSPI. I don't know that they really want it all. I think the checklist is primarily what they're looking for. But for us, it felt like a checklist, which is why we needed to dig in and we needed to articulate in more detail what was behind a lot of those checked boxes. But we'll submit everything and we will post everything as well.
Okay. And I do agree with Marnie that there's an awful lot of acronyms in here that we probably need to fix before we put it, not fix, but clarify.
Put it more into regular speak. Yes.
Or just, what is MTSS? And we use an awful lot of acronyms in the ed biz. And I have to admit, there were even a couple in here that I wasn't sure what they were. So, yeah.
That's good input.
And then the question that I had beforehand, so you have talked about the fact that we're doing summer school. And for those that weren't able to listen to the work study, I think if you go on the YouTube page, whatever was on there will continue to be on there. You can go back and listen to it if you'd like. But so you talked about summer school, the transportation piece, which I think is going to be imperative if you're only having it at one site, that kids can get transportation into that. But for the families that aren't going to be utilizing summer school, either because their student wasn't invited or they were invited but can't work within their schedules, or they just want to give their kids somewhat of a break from school after this year. Is there any work or communications that is being formulated for families of what they can do during the summer to help recover any type of learning loss from different departments? So so a summertime, here's a reading list, or here's how to get to Khan Academy for your student, or, here's some books or some social emotional learning things that you can be doing.
Short answer to your question, Director Maraldo, is yes, absolutely. And I know that Executive Director Malish is already at the podium to kind of fill in the blanks for me. Is that
Rich,
mic on?
Is your
Rich?
mic on?
Sorry, Executive Director Malish, Teaching and Learning. We are working to make sure all of our digital learning tools are available to students throughout the summer. So that includes Alex, Savas, iReady. We're working with the foundation to get RAS Kids available to all K-3 students so that we have a digital reading library available to all students. We also have our 3rd grade summer reading program, which will be offering instruction in partnership with parents to how to support learning for 3rd grade students. And we're offering that to all families, not just families identified through our assessments as having learning gaps. So there will be a lot of communications going out here at the end of the year to make sure parents know, and we're going to make sure that it's accessed mostly exactly the way they are now, either through Canvas, ClassLink, or Clever.
Thanks, Rich.
Hello, Jason Morris, Exec Director of Middle Schools. Just wanted to add to that we have provided additional opportunities with our BASC, which it stands for Before and After School Care, for our summer camp. So we're offering scholarships to many families to access basically before and after summer school care. But there's a tremendous amount of social emotional benefit to being involved in programs of that nature. So that is happening as well. So it may not be as specific of an academic intervention, but having the social emotional opportunity, the opportunity to interact with similar age students in a social setting with supervision is definitely a plus for many of our families. So we're working on that. And then we've also extended our summer BASC program to include fifth graders who would be promoting to sixth grade. So normally they would not be part of that elementary BASC, but just with the circumstances, we've made that opportunity available to those students as well. So again, more of a social emotional opportunity, but a worthwhile opportunity and an opportunity where we are offering scholarships to hopefully, enhance our equity work as well.
And I think you bring up a really good point, because we're talking on the one hand about learning recovery, and on the other hand, we're talking about social emotional support after a year and a half in a pandemic. And Marnie's right. It may be that for some families, the best social emotional support they can offer is to go on vacation, or to take a break from school, or to do something with family. So, if your kid is invited to summer school and you can make that work, that's great, but there shouldn't be guilt or stress around it if you can't, because every parent knows what's most important for their child. So, appreciate that. Anything else from the board? Arlen? Oh.
So is there going to be summer food, like lunch program?
I don't believe so. Yeah, I don't believe so. I think we go,
so, okay.
You're getting some support from the back of the room.
Is that an accurate statement behind me? Yes.
If the answer is no, why not is going to be my question, because especially if we're going to have this many number of students that are coming to, again, one consolidated location in our district.
Right. Yeah. And I know that the summer school day is a much shorter day. It's I believe a 3-hour day. I don't know the answer to the question of why we're not doing a summer food distribution. I don't know what the rules are. Mr. Cooper, I believe, is going to enlighten me a little bit on that. I do want to note, however, that lunch under the federal program for next school year will be free for all. So all lunch will be free.
Yeah. Right. It just seems like we're one of the few school districts in East King County that doesn't offer
a summer feeding program. Yeah.
A big omission.
Yeah, historically, we have not offered the summer feeding program. And as Mr. Cherney and I discussed, our staff need a break. They have been prepping meals and working nonstop all school year. And so there's not a lot of desire to work over the summer as well. So it's a staffing issue for us for the most part. So that's really the rationale of why we historically have not, because we haven't had the sufficient numbers. Secondarily, in this case, it's a staffing issue, and we've decided to rest our staff over the summer so they can get going.
Now, I do recall a conversation we had about having snacks available in the summer schools, and I believe that is something that was going to happen.
That's right. Martin Turney, Executive Director of Finance and Support Services. Yes, in collaboration with the elementary schools and other summer school programs, we will be working out a scenario to provide snacks and make sure those kids in the shorter time frame that they're in school, they will be having the opportunity to have something in the way of snack. So,
but not the food distribution that we did this past summer. Is that correct, Martin?
Yeah, we won't be running that
to the public, where we were sending out hundreds and hundreds of meals all summer long. That program won't be occurring this summer, correct?
We didn't run it last summer as well.
Oh,
yep.
Thank you. I stand corrected.
Well, I mean, we know that hunger doesn't take a summer break. So if Bellevue and all the surrounding districts around us have figured out how to do summer programs, I think it's large time in 2021 that we figure out that too.
We've traditionally worked with the food pantries, other food, the food bank, other resources, and we've made sure that we published those resources so people knew there are alternative ways to get food in the community.
I hear what you're saying, Dr. Gallinger. It sounds like we need to take another look. I wasn't aware that all of our neighbors were doing a summer program. I understand Bellevue, a little different demographic, but I'd be very curious if Lake Washington and more similar demographic districts were. We can certainly explore, how they're doing it. I do understand, and I got to give a shout out to our food service workers who have truly been amazing during the pandemic, by and large, prepping meals. it may be a case of where we'd have to hire some additional summer staff or something like that if we were able to go that direction. So we'll have to, I'd have to look into it a little more than what I know right now.
Thank you.
Did I have someone else? Anne.
On the page that's actually attached to the agenda, so your little checkbox, at the very end, it talks about, well, it asks both, what do you have skills and knowledge in that you could mentor somebody else? So that's always good to share. But then it also asked you what you might need supports with. And it was MTSS academic intervention systems and adequate funding for IE. And I don't know what IE is.
Help me, team. Yeah.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh.
Echo.
Okay, got it.
Every chance we get, we want to make sure that we ask for additional funding for institutional ed. I'm sorry, this is one of those acronyms that we throw out. Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Anything else from the board? No? Last chance. Harlan.
Rather than trying to make this document into a more easy reader format, I mean, I think that it's fine as is. Seems like that's not good use of what limited time staff has. I would love to see us use this as an opportunity to leverage and change how we communicate. And if every one of basically if the people who did the presentations tonight, which I couldn't see, I could only hear, if they just did that in front of their computer and that was each week over the next 7 weeks, was one of them was sent out as part of our e-news. I think it would break it down in more bite-sized chunks. And then that way by interest, our elementary parents could listen to hear Jody or middle or high. And I think it would just be a great way to really demonstrate that we could have the opportunity to communicate differently, to bring more video into it that would be more engaging than just our 20-page e-news. And then get our amazing cabinet out in front of the community so they can see all the work that they do.
Thank you for that suggestion, Dr. Gallagher. I know Leisha is listening here as well. And I'm not sure if you heard the conversation. I'm also going to be preparing an overview video, not about the plan, but really about our aspirations for the coming school year. So I know that doing more video clips is something that we recognize has power as a communication tool.
Yeah, we probably should. Okay, and someone whispers in my ear that I forgot to ask for public comment. So at this time, if there is any public input on the student well-being recovery plan, academic and student well-being recovery plan, please raise your virtual hand. And I do not see any virtual hands, so I'm going to assume there is not. Okay, so I have a motion on the table. It's been seconded. No other comments before we call for a vote? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Thank you, and thank you for all your time and attention on this. And I know Dr. Almy has a plan to get this submitted to OSPI tomorrow. So thank you for that.
Okay, and next on the agenda, let's see. Yes, next on the agenda is the local graduation requirements for Liberty High School class of 2021. And I will start with a motion.
I move the board waive local graduation requirements for Liberty High School class of 2021 as presented.
Second.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded, and I see Executive Director Hood walking to the microphone.
And as she does that, I just want to thank Donna for her work on this and her collaboration, particularly with Liberty High School. And I know some board members have had some interactions because we chose to kind of table this. So some more information could be provided to the board. And Donna is obviously here to take any questions you might have related to this request.
And if you'd like, I could start with one question that already came up and sort of share a piece that you might appreciate having a little background on. One of the steps that the State Board of Ed requires of all counselors as they evaluate each student's situation is that they really look carefully at their post-secondary readiness. And in the many, many documents that the State Board of Ed has produced and the trainings that they've produced for us, they clearly outline several measures of what post-secondary readiness could look like for students. And I thought it might be helpful for you to hear what those are. Students could demonstrate post-secondary readiness by showing that they have leadership or employability skills through a job, a volunteer position, a career tech student organization, also known as a CTSO for short, that would enable them to advance in their chosen career field. They could have earned an external validation of some sort, a certificate, for example, an industry credential. They may have participated in an apprenticeship, earned college credit, earned another industry recognized credential, that's here and here two ways, completed minimum college admission standards for four-year institutions, placed into college level math or English, completed one of the other options that they've outlined in the RCWs. So there's a whole menu, but that gives you a sense of what they have to demonstrate in order to be eligible for a waiver.
Do I have any questions from the board?
So can you clarify for me that if a student at Issaquah High School or Skyline High School is in the same boat of having 19 credits to graduate, one of them happens to be a core credit, that they're having the same opportunity to go through this process as students that you're proposing that we do for Liberty?
I think I understand the question. If I would probably have called it rather an obligation. It's not even an opportunity so much as every student, we have to assess their individual situation and walk through the same steps with them. No student can graduate with fewer than 20 credits. There's no situation in which they can go below 20 total. Does that answer the question?
So I guess the assurance that I need is that if you have a student that they have their 17 required core credits that the State Board of Education has outlined, and they are not going to pass one of them, are they having the same opportunity at Issaquah and Skyline that we're discussing right here? Because this is only talking about one school.
Yes. So when the State Board of Ed granted us the authority to waive, we got one authority, all the same rules for all schools in the district. So there's a 2.0 credit waiver available through the State Board of Ed. In addition, we've always had a local authority to waive up to 2.0 elective credits. And then there are some other things like Northwest Studies that is a met, not met requirement that could be waived, depending on whether or not that student's eligible for that. So that is all the same across the schools. This additional waiver is purely requested because the State Board of Ed asked us to waive local requirements beyond the state requirements before accessing the State Board of Ed waiver. And I know that seems kind of like a wonky sequence, but that is how they asked us to proceed. So by removing the additional electives for a student at Liberty, it would put them on the same credit requirement as Issaquah and Skyline.
And the Liberty waiver that you're asking for is only for elective credits.
Correct.
There is no ability to waive any additional core credits other than the authority that the state board gave the district and applies to all three high schools.
Correct. We cannot waive more than 1.0 in any core area, and it is only 2.0 core credits anyway. That is the limit for all students.
So an example would be for any student, well, there to high schools, like if they had 22 credits, because our requirements are 24. So you could waive 2 electives as long as they met all the core. Unless they didn't meet all the core, you could waive a math and an English, their core, as long as they still have passed 20 credits in total.
And this is a 1 year only pandemic thing. This is not something we
Correct.
plan on doing on a regular basis.
And the state's made it very clear to us that we are responsible for keeping the record of every credit that we waive, every 0.5, everything, and it must meet the criterion as spelled out by the State Board of Ed. And we actually, Melanie created this incredible spreadsheet that we use, Melanie Bonanno and Student Interventions. Thank you, Melanie. And it moves left to right in the sequence in which we're supposed to apply them. And in all cases, we apply the fewest waivers necessary because our first goal is to make sure the kid gets the credit and earns that credit in that class.
So I think I have this understanding. So at Issaquah High and Skyline, they have 24 credits regardless of how many opportunities they've had.
Yes.
There are 17 core plus 3 additional electives that they choose. At Liberty, they have a 24 credit requirement. There's 17 core, and then the additional, it ends up being like, what is
It's
that?
28 total credits required. at
Excuse
Liberty.
me, 28. That's right.
Mhm.
28. And so they have those 4 though are only in electives. The difference between the 24 and the 28 that Liberty has
Correct.
are only in electives.
Yes.
So that what we're trying to do is cut them down to, essentially in a way, cut them down to 24 so that you can have then the 4 more. So whatever waivers you're doing is based off of a 24 credits, not a 28
Yes.
credits.
Yes.
But that means that a Liberty High School student, what you're asking is they could potentially graduate our district with 20 credits.
Any student in the state of Washington
Right.
this year could, because the state requires 24 credits and they're allowing us to waive down to 20.
I understand that it makes the answer much more complicated for me and the audience when it's answered that way, just so you know. So the answer is 20 credits is what a student from Liberty could graduate from, is what you're saying. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And that is true at Issaquah and Skyline also.
But you can't tell me the impact of Issaquah and Skyline currently, correct? Because we only have the data for Liberty.
What do you mean by impact? Help me understand. I want to make sure I answer your question.
This was brought to us because you said there was a handful of students, which you gave us a certain number, that there was an impact. We didn't get that same information for Skyline and Liberty. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
for.
Okay. So I really wanted to try to quantify the number of kids who fell between 20 and 24 at Liberty. Because right now, a student without the board's action tonight, they would have to have 24 credits at Liberty to graduate, because that is the limit on the waiver for Liberty. And so that is not true at Issaquah and Skyline. They have different graduation requirements. So between 20 and 24 credits is the kids I was concerned about at Liberty. So there are some students, for example, who may pass all their classes and have 23.5 credits, for example, or fail one semester course and have 23.5 credits. And do we want to allow them to graduate? So it's the kids between those numbers. So Skyline and Skyline and Issaquah just don't have the same problem. Now, that said, are there students who are on the bubble who may not have 20? Yes, there are. And I looked at the variance tracker today. I got as close as I could before coming down, Dr. Gallanjardi. I believe there are 2 to 3 students who are at risk of not earning the 20 at both Issaquah and Skyline. Of course, there are students who also won't graduate this year and they may stay on for a 5th year, and that's awesome. We want them to. But there's 2 to 3 right now that are on that 20 credit bubble.
But no additional authority would help you graduate those kids.
No, we can't.
Because the state
we cannot
requires a
graduate
minimum
them
of
with
20.
fewer than 20 credits. So it's the kids who might fall short of 24, but be beyond the 20 that's required by the state that are just at Liberty.
So I'm just trying to make sure, because for me, I guess I'm tracking, I think. And what we're saying is the state is attempting to assist in this pandemic year and ensure that we're not unduly penalizing students this year.
Yes.
Based on the way Liberty's credit structure is today, they would be, I'm going to use the word penalized, they would be more penalized than Issaquah and Skyline without this action.
Correct. They have 4 additional credits required to graduate than our other high school students.
So I guess maybe someone else can help express the question better if I'm having difficulty. You've given us the number of students that are in that 20 to 24 bubble at Liberty High School. What my question continues to be is, what is that number at Issaquah and at Skyline? Not what is the number of students that are at 19, 18, 17 in that same bubble of 20 to 24? Because if they're in the 2024, they're also not meeting what we've said is 24 to graduate for Issaquah and Skyline High Schools. So I'm simply asking to know the same number of students that we're talking about at our other 2 high schools.
And I can certainly follow up and get that for you. I didn't have time before I came down here today since I was in meetings. So I understand that that's something you want to see, and I will pull that for you.
And for those students that end up in that bubble of 20 to 24 or being less than 24, because obviously if they had 24, they meet the requirements if they're the right requirements. But kids that are in that space, you already through the district and the state board authority that has been granted to the district can waive the credits for those kids and allow them to graduate with 20 credits. Assuming
Correct.
no more than 1 in each core subject and no more than 2.
Following all the rules, they will graduate.
And you can do that without board action, but you can't do it
Correct.
for the Liberty kids without board action.
Correct. Just like we did last spring, following the same state board of ed rules around the variance tracker. We're doing exactly the same thing this year. It just so happens that they've asked us to consider waiving any local graduation requirements beyond the state's 24 credits so that kids could graduate with 20.
So I guess why I'm hammering this point, and I'll look to you guys just so you understand my perspective, is our district prides itself on a graduation rate. And so last year I said, oh, we had the highest graduation rate we ever had at 95.6%. So what I'm trying to get at is, so what percentage of that is driven to the fact that we waived credits for last year's graduating class and this year's graduating class? We have not been provided the information on 25 students last year graduated because we waived credits per the State Board of Education policy. And this is the opportunity for us to get that information that I'm still not getting from the district, despite multiple back and forth. And I think that's what's frustrating to me, is I don't feel like I'm asking for something that is unreasonable, but I feel like there's a lack of transparency that is becoming frustrating for me. Because the point is, if we then saw, this is why I want to know the information. So if we saw across all of our high schools that the one credit that we keep waiving is civics, as an example, then that tells us that maybe there's a policy thing about that's a locally driven credit that is a core credit or something that maybe we need to look at that class. I don't even have high school, so I don't even know what the classes are. But the point is until I can see what that is. So if we're always waiving a core science credit and we mandate certain science classes, then maybe that's a problem. So we can't drive supports into the system if we have no idea what we're waiving and for why. And so that's the point of this. And I feel like what's frustrating to me is that that's what I'm trying to get at. It's not, and I feel like it's like, you just need to give us this authority because we want to do, like, we all want to do what's best for kids. And we all want to provide an equitable opportunity. And no one is contesting that. But I do feel like the back and forth is unnecessary because I'm just wanting to get an equitable answer for all of our schools, all of our students. And so I can then know what does that graduation rate really mean?
Sure. And by no means am I trying to be dodgy or cagey. I have all of the data on our variance from last year. That is something we have never done before. So there isn't anything to compare it to because it was incredibly, I've just never seen it occur in education that the state said, go ahead and waive, right? So certainly there isn't a pattern for me to identify. But I'm still happy to provide some summary of what that was. And we have it kid by kid by kid. We expect that OSPI may request that data from us. They may come look at our books. They may decide to audit. So we are absolutely prepared with all the kid level data all the way down to the course. And I'm happy to summarize that in some way.
Right. And that would be a separate thing for last year.
Correct.
Right. And so that would be good to have to go along, because I have wondered, because we had the highest graduation rate ever, if some of that was because we ended up waiving for some kids that, but part of this, you're also supposed to start with the idea that these kids were on track to graduate.
Absolutely.
Right.
And to be eligible for a waiver, they had to be scheduled into the coursework that would have put them on track to graduate in June of last year. So we were very judicious in our use of waivers. And I actually did, at some point I reported the total number, and forgive me, it's just been months, so I don't have it in my head anymore.
I actually thought we did bring something like that forward. And so, and I apologize, Dr. Leandro, because I don't think I fully understood. Well, clearly I didn't fully understood, and I certainly didn't provide Executive Director Hood the appropriate guidance as to what exactly we were looking for. I would note that the class of 19, if I recall, was a 93 something on-time grad rate compared to the 95. So it was about a 2% increase year over year. What percentage of those kids were a result of a waiver or something?
Right.
I think that's a wonderful question. Sounds like that data exists in the system.
And within that, how many were waiving core credits?
Yeah, what are the specific
What are the
classes
specific
too?
credits, elective versus
Director
core? And
Gallant's
if
point.
it's core, what core was being waived? So we could see that.
Yeah, it'd be concerning if
last
it was algebra. Let me just play it out. It'd be very concerning if all those kids that graduated, it was because we waived algebra 2.
Right.
And then we could compare it to this year once this year is done.
Yes.
We'll have 2 years.
And Marnie has patiently had her hand up for forever.
So my question is, don't we in a typical year have a 2 credit waiver that's allowed?
And we probably process fewer than 9 or 10 of those in each building. They're very rare. Again, I think largely because of things like our 7-period day and our 8-period day, where kids have a lot of opportunity. And we really attempt in every situation to make sure kids can earn those credits before we waive. And those are limited to electives only.
Okay, so then I would think that ongoing, whenever, I think it's in E2 where you bring us a grad rate, I think a fair place for us to know who's getting, I mean, not who name-wise, but how many students are getting waivers and what courses are they getting those waivers for? That, I think that would be an accurate place to put that, where you're talking about, here's our graduation rate. Because I'm very happy that so many of our kids were able to graduate last year, but I recognize that we told them as of March, if your grade got worse after March, we didn't count it as getting worse. So I think that this is going to be our bloop graduation year. That last year was a spike of so many kids, because if they were doing okay at the beginning of the year and they just really struggled later on with those concepts, they passed anyway. So we didn't give kids Fs at the end if they were getting Cs when we went out. So, but I think this year it is going to be important to know how many of those kids, and I don't think I understood your question until the last time you asked it, to really say, I want to know how many kids are getting those waivers and what for. And I think that's really good information for us to have.
Didn't we also have an issue though, was it last year or the year before, where certain kids got coded in a different way and they became dropouts or not dropouts, or there was some funky coding thing that that gave our grad rate a boost?
Our submittal to OSPI, on grad rate.
So did that also impact that blip that was last year?
Wouldn't have impacted last year. That was the year before. That was the year before.
Okay, that's what I couldn't remember.
Forward, now
Yeah.
that you're doing it differently.
Yeah,
Right.
we
No, that's
just
what I
have
was
gotten
trying to
more
remember.
granular at how we submit. And OSPI acknowledged that, if you'll recall, they weren't willing to change the state report card, because essentially what happened was there were certain students that we were not getting credit for graduating, which is why our rate jumped up about 1%, I think, from what the original calculation was. So that was separate to
Okay.
the class of 19.
I just couldn't remember
Yeah.
that exactly. And now Sydney has a hand.
So I just want to make sure we're not mixing. For me, I feel like we're mixing a bunch of things together. One is a very present question of whether we want to equalize the requirements of high school seniors across our three comprehensive high schools, which we need to separate from. And then what quality review do we want to do on how the waivers may or may not have been applied? And so for me, I feel like we're mixing those two things. I think one of the things we see in front of us is the mix of core classes. Here is a random sampling enough of coursework that would say, at least amongst the students we're talking about in this high school, there is no pattern of same class that we would waive. And so I just want to separate those two and say, for me, what I don't want to see happen is that we have students in the same graduating class, and by nature of being in one high school versus the other two, we are diminishing the opportunity to progress to graduation. So if we can just stay with that one, and then I agree with Marnie, when we get to the actual review of grad rate and the components that go into it, we can get into, is there some interesting pattern between in what way or what course we do waivers for?
And I want to be very clear. I have no intention of standing in the way of anyone from graduating. Like, these past 2 years have been historically crappy for our students. So far be it from us as a system to say you have or haven't met. Like, I understand that target is very gray right now. But I think what matters to me is, so 2 weeks ago, the narrative was, oh, well, these students, they transferred into our district late. And when we got the data, that actually didn't bear out to be true. And that's why having that data was really important.
I think for me, what really stands out is how many students were taking support classes while in high school, and yet here we are. And so I'm really, I want that to be a focus of work as well. And Dana's probably still back there listening, is if they're in those support classes and they're struggling, what are we really doing to help them with those graduation requirements, with those classes that they're taking, and what are their options? Because I think that's where I have the biggest concern.
Okay, so are we ready for a vote? Okay, so there's a motion on the floor. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? And the motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you again, Executive Director Hood. I don't know it was intended to be the learning exercise for us that it became, but I think I really appreciate that conversation we just had. And I definitely made notes on the desire going forward. And I'll note that we put grad requirements in just about every monitoring, our grad rate in just about every monitoring report. It's an important, obviously, number. But the idea about tracking how many waivers have been granted, what classes are being waived, specifically taking a review of that data for the class of 19 and 20, the two classes that will be the ones that are impacted by the pandemic. And just an overall comment that I appreciate the conversation and the work, because we talk a lot, and over the years, we've talked a lot about the integrity of the ISD diplomas. And I think that's partly what's at play here. And I'm concerned about the integrity of the diplomas, but I do agree with Dr. Gallinger. It's just so hard to, those standards based on what this group of students, the class of 19 and 20, have had to endure in their high school experience. I mean, especially the class of 20, missing a third of their junior year and most of their senior year. So I appreciate the effort. I actually appreciate the effort of the state board, of this board, of my team to do what we can for these students, because I don't believe we'll be helping them if we have a student out there at Liberty with 22 credits and we didn't graduate them, or a student at any of our schools. I don't see how that would be helping them going forward. So I really appreciate the effort and the hard thinking that everybody has put into this. We want to do the right thing, certainly by these students, but we want to also maintain the integrity of ISD diplomas. So I think that was an important conversation for us. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda is the monitoring of executive limitation number 5, which is the external actual financial condition. And I would entertain a motion.
I move the board accept the monitoring report for EL5, actual financial condition and activities, external annual audit report as presented.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded, and I see Mr. Cooper and Mr. Turney at the microphone to tell us about this report.
They couldn't get up here fast enough to talk about
I
this
don't
one.
blame
Yeah.
them. Some good news, please.
Good evening, Board of Directors. I'm Jacob Cooper, Chief Financial
Is your
Operating
mic on
Officer.
up there, Jake?
It is.
Okay, good.
It's I'm sorry, my mask got me. So this evening, I know I drug Executive Director Turney up here for a kind of a prickly answer on summer food service. So I said, I can't just have you come up here and provide difficult answers. So he's here also to talk about the annual state audit. And also Mr. Turney will provide you some additional information, Dr. Gallagher, on the summer feeding program. So we have some further information on that as well. So before you this evening is your EL5, your external annual audit report, which is basically the receipt of the annual audit report. And of course, we had 2 board members, and we were virtually, we were remote for that meeting, Zoom, I believe. So Director Moore and Director Moraldo were present for the annual audit exit. And Mr. Turney and I, along with our finance staff, and of course, all of you who set the culture of accountability here in Issaquah, we're happy to present you with your 19th consecutive clean audit with no management letters or findings. So
I just want to make sure that gets loudly said into the record. Our 19th consecutive clean financial audit. There's kudos to our business office, to our CFO and Executive Director Turney, and I also want to recognize Director Banasak Mariah, who is currently out on maternity leave. Wish her very well there, and the team and the board for, as Jake said, the culture of accountability that this board and some of your predecessors, dating back 19 years, have established for us. I've said this countless times during my tenure as superintendent. We recognize every single day that we are spending other people's money, and that we try to maximize every dollar we can to the benefit of our students. And so, one of the ways you do that is you make sure that you are following all the appropriate procedures. And I have sat through, I can't remember, probably 15 or so of these, and I know a number of the board members have as well. It is so gratifying to hear state auditors talk about not just how well our folks do. And remember, that includes ASB bookkeepers out in the buildings, and the cashier in the lunch line in a very crowded middle school lunch, and all of those purchase orders that come through the system, and how well all of that is managed right up through the 4th floor business office. And so I have such appreciation for everybody for the hard work that they do in that. And I hope that it helps our taxpayers, rest assured a bit that an outside entity is constantly looking in on us and reassuring us that we are doing very well. And then the last thing I'll say, and I know the board members who have sat in on these exit conferences, the auditors frequently talk about how easy it is to work with ISD staff, how accessible we are to them, how we always approach that work from a problem-solving mode and with a lot of transparency. So kudos to the business office staff and to the system as a whole for its 19th consecutive clean audit. If we can get 20 in a row, there should be some balloons or something from the auditor's office. I don't know, some special event.
19 for just a minute
Auditors
before
aren't
we move
big on
on to
I'm setting
20.
the stage here, President Weaver. I'm going for 20.
So Superintendent, Mr. Turney and I were doing a little math in our heads. Roughly, that's about 8,000 hours worth of audit we've had completed with no findings.
Wow.
That's 8,000 hours. So that's four man years, the equivalent of. So yeah, we are very fortunate that we have quality staff, and again, the culture of accountability and placing a high priority on that fiduciary responsibility, particularly our taxpayers. The superintendent and I, along with all of you, from the moment we start a ballot measure process in the community committee, all the way when we're on the stump doing our factual presentations as staff, And moving forward to actually how we expend those funds, it is very nice for me to be able to see all that come together from top to bottom. And along goes, remember, the other thing that we have that other districts often don't have is we have a very large construction and capital program that gets audited as well. And there are plenty of ways in that fund or department to make mistakes. And so I'm always very happy with my team for the systems we put in place that they continue to get clean audits on the construction side as well. So.
Well, and the board really appreciates, first off, the level of cooperation that you give to the auditors. But also, I mean, as much as we would love to just have you come up to the mic and say, yes, board, it's all good in the finance department, it does make us feel better when outside people come in and say the same thing. And I know it's important for the community to have that outside check, but I think 19 consecutive clean audits is fairly amazing. I mean, I don't know if anybody keeps records, but I've never heard any other district tout that level of financial management. So I think we're on a roll. And I'm going to open it up to the two of you that actually sat in on the exit interview.
Well, I too, having sat in on it, appreciate how much the accountants or the auditors that come in and do the audit value the positive interaction with our staff, right? Because they're very clear that our staff is good to work with. You're always readily available with all the information that they need in a timely manner. And I get from our staff, it's really a partnership because I think you all value having the auditors come in and do this work additionally. And it's valuable to both sides and you all work very well together. And to me, that's always one of the positives that come out of that. And I always look for that there isn't an adversarial relationship between our staff and the auditors. And I think too, and I hate to say it, but someday there will be something that ends up happening, although I'd love our streak to go on forever. But what I would also appreciate is I feel like our staff would look at that as a learning opportunity. They'd see something, and if that's what they're presented with, then they would take that and move forward with it and do that in a very professional manner. So as much as I don't want one, I also have faith that our staff would handle that and move forward in a positive way.
That's right. And I get to give my annual speech, which I usually give right about now in the presentation. So you're right. We have a very large organization with complicated financial rules that often change from year to year, particularly on the federal side. And so there will be audit findings. And as I've told you many times with this dais, an organization on how it reacts to an audit issue or a management letter, that's the essential ingredient for, or at least important thing for me to see as the CFO and you as a board of directors, is if you have lingering audit issues, then things aren't being solved. And so it should be a one and done situation if finding is to happen or a management letter. And then that's what Mr. Turney and I work on, as you know, right away. As soon as we get any comments, we're trying to fix them as soon as possible. So you're right, Director Moore. An audit finding is inevitable. And, we're an organization that spends nearly $500 million a year. So to that extent, it's how you bounce back and how transparent you are with your community and public on what has happened and what you're going to do to remedy that situation going forward. So thank you.
And can you give us just the briefest accounting 101? I'm trying to remember back to those days. There's like a finding, a management letter, an exit item, like there's different things that an auditor can find or not find.
That's right. So I'll start with the top because that's the one we're talking about, the findings, right? Because the finding is that highest level. And a lot of times you may see that with the federal money, right? Because they're very interested in what we do with the federal. So you see a lot of those out in the world that people are getting findings. A management letter is something that rises to an importance that they want to make sure that you're all aware of and that management takes into consideration because those typically become findings at some point, right? Just below that is exit items. And excuse me, exit items are the things that they want to bring to you is kind of a cleanup, right? So they bring them up, they let you know about them so you can clean them up for next time. So I think that Sorry, that's embarrassing.
Yeah, step in, Mr. Cooper.
Hold on.
Let him catch his breath.
Mr. Attorney's choked
The
up. on
darn
the
mask.
As Mr. Attorney was saying, exit item is the lowest level of reporting. Often it can be verbal, or sometimes it's a written synopsis. It's not included in any of the published reports. And in this audit, we had two minor exit items. One was on the coding of staff and their sick leave as it relates to professional development days, which was easily remedied. And then there was a recommendation to strengthen one of our policies and its verbiage. Other than that, that is it.
And so the definition then of a clean audit is no finding or management letter?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sorry, I didn't let Marnie give her 2 cents.
Well, I was going to say, so a couple of things that struck me was that not only is the audit staff have always said the district is easy to work with, you're attentive when they ask for something, you get it. But this time with them being fully remote, so they weren't on site to be able to do their work, to be able to get them documentation quickly and all of that. So I appreciate that even in a virtual audit that transpired. And the other thing is that statutorily, we're only required to do audits now every 2 years, but we as a system have determined, no, we want to continue to do them annually, knowing that there is a certain amount of strain that it puts on our staff to do that. But I think things like finding small little things that might one day bubble up to more is how we keep the clean audits. I think it's those conversations and the willingness to say, oh, maybe there's a better way to code that, or how are we going to track that more accurately? I think I truly appreciate. So I do appreciate that. I suggested to the auditor's office, the folks that met with us, that next year we get a presentation from the state auditor if we make 20 clean audits. I think that presentation needs to be in person.
We'll see if we can get Pat out here for, for a meeting.
Because I'd like to know what's the record.
I don't know that they even track that.
I don't know if anybody.
I think they told us that they don't track it, but.
No, I think only young CFOs of bravado start to count their audits.
Yeah.
Now they're potentially not as young and waiting for their streak to end. So.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we're making a little bit light of this, but as the superintendent says, we are spending other people's money. We're spending a lot of it. Remind me, our annual budget is
346 in the operating fund. And
$346 million.
346 million. And then we have another 50 million in debt service and another 13 million in ASB. And then depending on the capital year, it can range from, 20 to 200 million, depends on how big our projects are going. So
right.
Roughly
So the
500 million assets under management at any given time.
Yeah. So the reason we are spending 15 minutes of the board's time talking about this, and yes, it does sound a little bit like we're tooting our own horn, but that is a whole lot of money. It is very important to the board, very important to the community. I'm going to assume very important to the superintendent that that money is spent wisely, carefully, and within the rules. So this is no small feat, and I congratulate your department and I congratulate our district.
Yeah. Good job.
Good job.
So we
pass
have a
that on to
motion the
Mariah as
floor.
well.
Yeah, thank you very much. So we have a motion on the floor. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you for another year and your continued support. And it does start with the board and go all the way down. The superintendent said all the way from our frontline office staff to the board dais. So
That's right.
appreciate it.
Thank you. Oh, we're cruising here. No, I shouldn't have said that. Something will go wrong. I'm sorry. I said nothing. Okay, we are now looking at monitoring ends for life management and personal awareness, and I would entertain a motion.
I move the board accept the monitoring report ends for life management and personal awareness as presented.
Second.
All right, it has been moved and seconded. And Superintendent, you want to start us off on this one?
Yeah, thank you for that. And I'm going to be a little careful here because I'm fogging up my glasses and I have a small print document here. So you'll have to bear with me just a little bit as I go through this one. But this is the our second monitoring of the expanded E4 from the changes that the board made just a few years ago on this. Just a reminder, we are monitoring for the 1920 school year here in the rears. You will notice a number of the links and charts have footnotes, if you will, related to some of the impacts of the March 2020 closure, such as lower survey responses, as some of the surveys had to be administered during the fully remote period of that spring. And we just didn't have the same level of access to our students. So wherever it was felt that was needed, you will see a footnote there in the charts and in some of the documentations referencing, because I know in previous discussions, we wanted to make sure we were capturing some of that almost from a historical perspective as people look back on the pandemic years and see what some of the impacts were on the school system. So this is life management and our personal awareness. Students will live healthy, satisfying, and productive lives. As we were having the earlier conversation about graduation rate, I knew that I was going to be talking to a grad chart here. I did want to because we do believe, and this is why we bring this data forward so frequently as evidence of meeting reasonable progress, that when students do experience the Issaquah education that they receive in the Issaquah public schools, and they meet all of the requirements as set forth by the board of directors, that they truly are getting a well-rounded education. And we do place a lot of value in the integrity of an ISD diploma. So we are confident that when students go through and matriculate through the Issaquah School District, that they do come out prepared and healthy and ready to live those productive lives. One of the things that I did want to note on that overall grad chart, we made some reference to fifth year students, and you can see fifth year data on there. And we do typically pick up about 1% or so of students who each year. So, sometimes I'm extra proud of those students, because for a lot of times when you get to know these kids, the reasons behind why maybe they couldn't graduate on time often was of no fault of their own. And their persistence, which is an important behavior that we want to teach our students, to stick with it and finish high school. I just always have a real warm spot in my heart for those students. And I was particularly happy to see that from the class of 18, we picked up several points and had a extended 5-year, that cohort had a 96.3% graduation rate. That means that less than 4% of the students in our schools aren't making it out within that 5-year period. So that a lot of work goes into that. And obviously the bulk of the work is from the student themselves, but there's also, we heard some references to some of the work that our counselors do to help ensure that these students do this. We know about the work that our teachers do. And of course, our administrators and just everybody kind of like an audit. Everybody has to be pulling in the same direction, in order for things to go well. And I think when, of course, the goal is to get every student graduated on time, or at the very least within a 5th year. And, we're not there yet. So that's the good news is there's still room for growth. It's not time to pack up our bags and go home or anything, but we're inching ever closer. And when I look at this chart and I go back all the way to the class of 2013, I see some pretty, it's one thing to get grad rates up above 90%. It's another thing to keep them there year after year in our system. And kudos to our students and our families. It's, again, we all have to work together on this. But so that was just one highlight I wanted to note. It had more to do with that extended year data than it did our on time, which of course we're very, very proud of our students and their graduation on time, and looking forward to graduating another crop of students here in just a few weeks as well. So when you unpack our grad rate, though, I did want to note a few things that I think we can all take some pride in as well. If you'd opened up the graduation rates by ethnicity and race, you will see that all of our high schools last year had a graduation rate above 90%, including our newest high school, Gibson Eck. And when you think back to the work that many on this board and on this staff did to create that school, it just makes me feel so happy and so proud that we've created a school that is very unusual, very unique, serving a unique type of student, but serving them very well and getting those kids through, graduating them, and in many instances off to some type of post-secondary experience as well. You will note as you look at that, though, that we still have some disproportionality among some groups of students. So just like we haven't reached 100% grad on time, we have not cracked all of the issues of equity as well. And we do have disproportionality. However, I think we can also celebrate a real narrowing of our grad disproportionality gaps. Again, in last year, our Black and Latinx students achieving an over 90% on-time grad rate. We also had our highest special ed on-time rate in 3 years and an 11% increase among our ELL students to over an 80% on-time rate. And then, as I noted, an extended rate the past couple of years around 96 of last year of 96%. So I think there is some good news there. I think that shows some progress on our efforts to address disproportionality in our system. Earlier this year, I was able to share some discipline data that shows that we've also narrowed the disproportionality gap in that arena as well. So all in all, I think that demonstrates some good work. Under 4.1, understand and apply principles of sound physical health, including nutrition, hygiene, and fitness. I kind of tend to think of this as the health and wellness section that the board is monitoring. One disappointment, of course, from the pandemic was that we were not able to administer the healthy use survey that should have been administered last October of 20, and we should have had data for that this year. We weren't able to do that. Fortunately, we will be able to administer the healthy use survey this coming fall when we're back in regular session. So we look forward to being able to do that. I just wanted to call out in that same one, the health and physical education state standards. I know there's been we heard some public input at our last board meeting, and I know that there's been some questions out there among some groups in the community related to just exactly what is taught and what are the standards for physical education and health. I would encourage people to look at those actual standards because they are publicly posted, and we've got a link to them right there in this monitoring report. Similarly, I would encourage people, if they have questions, to reach out to their teacher, to their principal, certainly to our teaching and learning service office related to the health curriculum. And you can see links to that here as well. Our health curriculum for elementary, middle, and high school, our FLASH, our human sexuality curriculum for 5th grade through high school, and then our health and fitness curriculum on the ISD website as well. So I just wanted people out there to know there are places you can go to get information about what is being taught in terms of health and wellness in the school district. 4.2 is talks about the principles of sound mental and emotional health. This ties in nicely to some of the things we heard Director Ridenour speaking to earlier, but some of the efforts that we've made to address the whole child and to help address issues of mental health and emotional health with our students. And again, we often use data to help guide some of that. And our best source of data is the Healthy Use Survey, which we keep all of that data posted on our website. You can go to our website, or you can go to the links in this report and find that Healthy Use Survey data broken down by school, by district, for the past several administrations of that assessment. And again, we look forward to doing that in the future. But we have also implemented a number of other ways to address the student needs, such as the Swedish partnership that we talk a lot about that provides up to 13 mental health counselors in our school system to support and help our buildings and help our guidance counseling team as well. The use of universal screeners, the strength and difficulty questionnaire, or the SDQ as you hear it referred to sometime, and a look at that SDQ for 1920. Overall, I think it is pretty good news and a compliment to our families out there that 95% of the ISD students rated in the normal to borderline risk, with less than 4% of in the area of concern. So now, having said that, 4% of a district with 20,000 students, that's a lot of kids. And the good news about the SDQ is it helps us then drive resources by prioritizing our resources to the most needed. And all of this is done in support of our counseling and our PBSES supports as well. I won't go through the whole checklist of intervention opportunities there, but lots of work related to suicide prevention and, of course, positive behavioral and social emotional supports. And all of that information you can also find the links to here in this report or on the district website. That, again, under 4.2, sound mental health and emotional health. Under 4.3, this is where we bring in the digital technology and social media, part of the rewrite of this actual monitoring report. And this was one area where last year the board had requested that we remove one of the healthy use survey questions on misuse of technology. It didn't seem applicable as we talked it out during last year's monitoring, so we have pulled that. And then we provided an expanded more detail on the link titled Social Media Digital Citizenship Lessons, TechSmart Curriculum, Grades K-12. And you can see there are other numerous ways that we are embedding digital technology and social media education throughout our student experience. I know this has been an important topic to the board and to the staff, especially as we've seen just an incredible growth in the use of social media and digital technology, and frankly, some of the real negative aspects of it. And of course, this board knows, the community might not know that a couple of years ago, we had the opportunity to present on this topic. Dr. Gallinger led this, and I supported him in that, related to what we're seeing kind of out there, what he sees in his professional life as a physician, and we see in the schools about some of the negative impacts that we're and how some of what happens on social media can really cause kids to slip into depression and anxiety, and how we're trying to educate them and embedding that education throughout their opportunities while they're here in the school system, so that hopefully they won't be victimized by some of that negativity that happens. So yeah, and just some other talking points to that, some of the things that are actually being taught now: how to be a good citizen online, digital background checks, who am I online? These are some of the titles of lessons and activities that we do with our students as we're trying to grow their understanding in that particular area. Let's see, where did I want to go? Under 4.4, identify and understand and develop their personal strengths and interests. Again, we talk about the breadth of offerings. We had quite a discussion just a few minutes ago about our ability during the pandemic to waive electives. I want to be clear. We don't like to waive electives. Electives are important. Just ask a student. Often, if you ask a student what their favorite class in school is, they might refer to an elective. How many times has this board and this staff heard students come and talk about their experiences in DECA or robotics, some of these other programs, the growth of computer science in our system over the last decade, providing that real breadth of opportunities for students, performing arts, fine arts, again, trying to find something for everybody as they go through the experience. So, obviously it's important that they develop good reading skills and writing skills and the ability to do math and science, but also this opportunity to kind of find passions and joy as well, and learn other important things like about their health and their well-being as well. And again, some of this data that some of it we've been able to update. Some of the data, when you look at it, it looks a little wonky simply because some of your administration of these surveys often comes in the spring of the year. And that's when we were pushed into a fully remote setting. We attempted our best to get these things out and make them happen for kids, but we just didn't get the same kind of numbers that we would when we have that captive audience there in person. Such as note the decline in high school sports with no spring sports in 2020 as a result of the pandemic. You had quite a drop off that year in sports participation. Believe me, the students would have done it if they could, if they were allowed to. We know that because as soon as we started to open up those opportunities this past year, our students jumped on them. So, and to Executive Director Morris's point earlier too, we recognize and value those opportunities for students. They're critical to their overall well-being. It's not just a luxury item to be able to provide these opportunities for our students. In 4.4 also, we talk about in terms of developing their personal strengths. One of the ways that we help that process along too is with the high school and beyond plan. That's something that actually starts at the end of the 8th grade year for students as it's just an attempt to help students think about and do some planning for their future, maybe start to think about what they are interested in. Now, I recognize that young people will change their mind along the way, and there's nothing wrong with that. But it is an attempt to try to focus them a little bit, if anything, on the broader ideas of, so you're interested in this career, well, then you need to know that this career requires a college education. So you need to be thinking that way, or some specialized training. So you probably want to be taking these courses over here to prepare yourself for that and working through, and again, providing a wide range of opportunities and opportunities to challenge themselves too with various levels of courses and access to various level of courses. 4.5, we talk about developing higher level thinking skills. And I would even say thinking behaviors. I referenced persistence earlier as one of those. And we try to develop that in our students, or the ability to synthesize complicated sets of data. These are all higher level thinking embedded into, they're in the standards, but they become embedded into the curriculum. And I love here when, like the example of kindergarten reading and writing curriculum, how we start to begin that work of developing that higher level thinking with our youngest students. And then the idea, and I love this, about how we've added more choice into the system. I can think back to some of our school improvement plan discussions, going back now maybe even almost a decade, and concerns about what we were seeing from writing with boys and just some lack of motivation, and coming to the realization that allowing some level of choice actually is a strong motivator. And the example that I pulled from when I was going through the report was the choice through high school English language arts and the new book club model. We used to call it, we still call it Reader's Workshop, but for the older kids, they like to call it book club. And I understand that. And again, an opportunity for choice, and seeing those in writing and reading. It's an approach to instruction that I believe is more motivating for students and pulls out that better work from our students in the long run. We administer a lot of surveys, and I've referenced them here. I mean, the Healthy Youth Survey, but we also do our soft skills survey and our end of level surveys for 5th and 8th and 12th grade, our senior exit surveys. Again, last year, our soft skills survey had a lower response rate due to the COVID closure in 2020. So it's hard to say, I looked at the data and everything. It's just, you lose the ability to do much comparison when you see, like, one year you had a 92% of the kids take the survey and last year you had 50%. So it's hard to compare, but we still gathered the data, went through the process as well, looked at the data to see if it would be informing any decision making. Here we also talk a lot about Gibson Eck and the creation of that big picture school and the design model, emphasizing project-based learning and internships. It has, I continue to hear from parents of students at Gibson Eck how grateful they are for that opportunity for their child and their child's learning style. My Rotary Club gives scholarships each year to students from Issaquah High, Liberty, and Gibson Eck. I will tell you that the Sammamish Rotary gives those scholarships to the Skyline students. So it's not that we don't love Skyline kids. We just divvy them up differently between clubs. And it's always amazing to hear the stories of the students who apply for and receive these scholarships. And it's just been so joyful for the last few years to be issuing scholarships to Gibson Eck students too, who have been going off to college. It's really, the young man this year from Gibson Eck was not able to be present because he's somewhere on the Pacific Crest Trail right now. And so he did doing, can you imagine, remote learning and the like, and sending us videos, and it's a pretty cool experience. So pretty impressive young man too, I might add. CTE is a big part of this, and just love that we offer a robust and growing CTE program, and the board having made the decision and supporting the decision, and the voters supporting our last levy to bring a 7-period day to Skyline and Issaquah High so that they could finally have some of the opportunities that they'd seen their colleagues at Liberty High School have with their multiple period day schedule. So just really credit to our CTE department and our previous director, Leisha Ingalls, now in communication, and Lisa Neighbor, the current director, just really providing an expanding opportunity of courses and career and technical education. And I think a lot of people, and I know I say this, would be people of my generation would be really surprised to see what CTE courses look like today. This is not vocational ed or the forestry class that I took back in 1980. These are classes like computer science and robotics and guitar making, and using some of the most high-tech 3D printers and other technology that's anywhere in our system will be found in those CTE classes. Many that are very, very popular as well. And part of our WANIC consortium as well. So we have another opportunity for students in our own Issaquah sports medicine program. Frankly, is one of the most successful WANIC programs in existence. And I know the board is aware of this. They win national and state competitions every year for the work that they do in sports med. That is a WANIC program, which means that it's open to other high schoolers. And typically we have 2 or 3 kids from around the other districts that will attend that class there as well. And again, thank you to the voters, to the board for the moving us to the 7-period day. I think that will just be continue to pay huge dividends for our students. Let's see, I'm going to try to move us along a little bit. I already spoke to WANIC on that was also under 4.6, be resilient, take informed risks, deal constructively with failure, and be flexible and adaptable to change. Here, I would encourage folks to look at some of the exit survey data. Some of it is good, some of it is flat. There's a few areas where I think one in particular, financial literacy, I think there's something telling us in the data that we have more work to do there. But I just am fascinated by these self-report surveys like our 5th grade exit and our 8th grade exit and high school exit surveys, just to get a sense. And by and large, our students report pretty high levels of satisfaction, but you do have to kind of dig through that data and make sure that you're not finding, holes in the system, or if you're finding holes in the system, then you can work to address some of that. I spoke to Wanik. I'm just about wrapped up here. 4.7, cooperate and collaborate. This is an opportunity where we have some wonderful community partners that step in. Our PTSA and our Issaquah Schools Foundation are great partners in offering expanded opportunities for our students, whether it be in the support of clubs or activities, resources for us to be able to provide after-school support help for our students, volunteers. Those two organizations specifically, they're so valuable to us as an organization and how they support the work we do. And I'm so appreciative of those individual organizations and the people that make them up. And, some of the programs the board is well aware of, the student crew leaders in the high school or web at the middle school where everyone belongs. Again, these are programs designed not just for the students who the upper class are supporting, but it's also good for the upper class. My own daughters did some things like this when they were in high school. And I remember thinking how it was so good for them to be the ones reaching out and supporting the younger students in their schools as well. Under 4.8, identifying challenging personal goals and develop, evaluate, and implement plans to achieve them. This is exciting in terms of, particularly as we get into high school and we want students to start really thinking about their future and being prepared for that. I always enjoy looking at the ERDC data on high school graduation outcomes. And you'll note that 83% of our students go directly into post-secondary, 67% to a 4-year university. That is extremely high. Rarely do you see numbers like that in a public school district. And I do look around at other districts and districts of similar demographics. But another number there that is equally impressive is that 95% of our students are returning after the first year of college. So, it tells me that our students are going there well prepared to survive and be successful in whatever post-secondary opportunity they're experiencing, whether it be a 2-year school, a 4-year school, or a specialized training program. They are going to those and they are succeeding in them. And that I think is a strong indicator of success of the system. And then lastly, I did want to touch on the financial consumerism part of it, because that is one area where I do see some decline in student perceptions related to their confidence in the area of financial literacy. I'm not exactly sure what's behind that. We haven't really changed anything. We've actually improved some of that, I think, over the years. If it has to do with an unsettled feeling because of the result of the economy or something like that. But clearly, it's something that our students are now self-reporting at lower levels than they were 3 or 4 years ago that they have confidence in. So something for us to unpack as a staff. But overall, I think it demonstrates the system as a whole providing lots of opportunities for advancement and for students to challenge themselves, to think about and prepare for their futures, to have opportunities both in a co-curricular, extracurricular, and a broad list of course offerings, so that they do, when they matriculate out of our system, they go forward and are successful. And by and large, living healthy, satisfying, and productive lives. And so if there are any questions.
Questions from the board? Sydney.
I guess I have a question. It's a bit tangential, very thorough report. But the one thing I think I brought up once before I wanted to see, I still would like to understand, now of course I can't find it, is the running start data. I think it was in this, I've lost where it was.
Yeah, there is a link to running start numbers.
Yeah, I still have an interest in understanding the disaggregated view of running start and getting a sense of which of our students are choosing that, and if there's a sense of why or what the choice is about there with running start. They're really large numbers.
And growing, I might
And
add.
growing.
And
so
that
I'm-
trend is true basically around the region and I
Yeah.
think even around the country, Director Mullins.
Oh,
But
here it
yes, we certainly have seen an increase in students accessing Running Start programs.
And there's a very, there's a potential incredibly positive note for that, right? More college credit, accelerating faster. I just want to make sure there isn't also a negative side of that.
Well, I would say that probably something that might be impacting that more recently is the opening of the CWU Sammamish campus that's providing Running Start to a population that otherwise would have had to drive all the way down to Bellevue College.
Yeah, initially there wasn't a lot, but we are seeing the numbers grow there, Director Meraldo, you're correct. I mean, nothing like the Bellevue College. And in fact, I've asked some students about that, so you live in Sammamish, why did you choose to go to Bellevue College and not the satellite campus? And these are anecdotal samplings. I don't want to claim this to be any solid data or anything. And boy, I've missed the senior exit interview process. I've done that so many years, and that's usually, I always pick at least one school where I get to talk to Running Start kids so I can ask that question. So I usually have asked about, 8 or 10 kids a year. So talk to me about Running Start. And one, I heard from a Sammamish student who said, it doesn't feel like a regular campus. At the Sammamish campus. I was seeking out the feel of a college campus, and Bellevue College offers that to me. So that was one, but then I have noticed an uptick too. So convenience is also winning out, I guess, too, for some students. I apologize, Director Mullins, because I think you've asked me about this disaggregated data before, and I can't remember if it's something that I want to get my hands on that, because I can't tell you if there's an overrepresentation of any one group or another in terms of Running Start. But I can honestly say I've not been able to pin down any specific single reason that drives students to Running Start. And I know we had this conversation in my own family, and some of my own staff do, as well as our children get to that age level. And I didn't discourage my own children. I don't discourage anybody. If it's the right thing for you, take advantage of it. But I've heard everything from I'm kind of tired of the environment of a public high school. The one that I used to hear most frequently, I don't hear it quite as much since our bell time change, was I like to be able to pick when I start my classes. And so I don't ever register for a class that starts before 10 a.m. Or I work, and so I like to take an evening class. So there's some greater flexibility built into that as well. The one that I'm going to just be honest, and I don't mean this as, I'm not trying to be critical of the higher ed establishments around here, but the one that concerns me a little bit when I hear it, and I know that part of my team who work closely with high schoolers will tell me they've heard this too, is I chose Running Start because the classes are easier. That one and I've shared that with my colleagues in the higher ed, particularly at Bellevue College, which is by far our biggest sender. I mean, again, I want to be careful with that, but I have heard that.
Well, and I think to Sydney's point of positives and negatives, one of the things that I've always worried about is the anecdotal stories of, well, I went to Running Start because I was miserable at my comprehensive high school. And I know that we get a certain number of kids at Gibson Eck who are there because they're miserable at their comprehensive high school. That's not necessarily a bad thing, given that there are other opportunities, but we do want to, and it's a really difficult thing to wrap your head around. I'm going because it's a great opportunity and I'll get college credits versus I'm going because I'm miserable and this is my only other option. And I don't know how to gather that data or find out, but Gibson Eck at least gave us the opportunity to keep them in the system.
That's right.
Yeah.
But it's important from the standpoint of, is there something in comprehensive high school that's
That's right.
making kids miserable, and can we change that? So,
Or is it just another valid option? But I would like to dig a little bit more
Yeah.
into the.
no, and I don't mean to discourage it as an option. For
Yeah.
a lot of kids, it's a great option.
I will say, because I did ask the question last year of my colleagues in the region, because I was like, is this unique to the ISD? Because we clearly have seen a growth in Running Start. And so pulled the data from surrounding school districts, and we actually had one of the lowest growth rates in Running Start. So I was like, okay, but we were all high. We were all growing somewhere between and I'm probably not remembering this correctly, but somewhere between like 12 and 19%. We're seeing growth in Running Start. This year, I anticipated it just based on if there was going to be greater flexibility and opportunities, given that we were fully remote for so much of the year. So it'll be interesting to see coming out of the pandemic when we reopen to regular 5-day-a-week schooling, if some of those students will come back. And I would also remind us too, a lot of those students are not full-time Running Start. They're a blend of ISD classes in their comprehensive high school, or they are, they're not all just in there all day. So. And then I guess lastly, since graduation is coming up, it is always kind of impressive to see the number of kids that we graduate who have an associated arts degree when they walk across the stage of one of our high schools. I don't know quite how she did it. I don't even know if she's sitting behind me, but I believe Dr. Bailey graduated college at age 20. And I've always thought, that's interesting, and we have actually hired teachers in the Issaquah School District that were 20 years old and had graduated college and earned their certificate and could not join their colleagues on a Friday night for a social event for the first few months of their year anyway. So it's just kind of an interesting thing.
Well, and Superintendent Thiele, maybe you can share with me, I don't know how many states provide a Running Start type opportunity. I mean, I've talked to families down, if you're in California, you have to basically take a test to graduate from high school at the end of your sophomore year to be able to go into the college. And then it's not like we're doing, which is you go to college, you pay a few fees, but essentially you're getting that as your high school experience. I think it is unique to Washington State, as far as I know.
I have to confess, Director Moraldo, I last worked in the state of California in 1991, and I've been in Washington ever since. And I don't really know what the rules are in other states. It never occurred to me that other states might not be as liberal with this. And let's also be clear, there's something in it for the colleges. So they advertise this, we're not about taking away options. This whole document was highlighting options for kids. Running Start is a viable option. I have nothing against it. To me, WANIC, Running Start, blended halftime Running Start, blended in online courses through our ISD online program, which has existed for years. I think it's all about providing options for kids. Now, we can't be all things to all people. I want to be clear about that. But when I look at the arc over the last 15 years of how we've worked to provide greater breadth of options for students, I think it's something we can be really proud of as a system.
Any other questions or comments? Arlen.
I want to go to page, I don't know, page is 4.2. And so a lot of the things in here under the mental health category are really things the system does. So they seem more EL type evidence than what does the student learn? And so I guess there's opportunities here, and I don't understand that. So my clarifying question is for instance, the one that is the Universal Screener Strengths and Difficulties Questionnaire, and then you click on that link and it shows, some student data, which is great information to have. But I think it doesn't show me how are the students learning from that? Meaning, if you're an internalizer, do they get some information that says, oh, I'm an internalizer, therefore I should learn how to better cope with stress doing XYZ, or I'm an externalizer. And you see what I mean? Like
I do.
This comes across more as an EL type data report than actually what are the students learning from it? And the point of this being an end is we want students to learn. And part of that is getting screened to recognize, oh, I fit this bucket. But then connect the dots for me for how does that translate to student learning?
It's a great point. And I know we struggle sometimes with that, Director Gallinger, about how do we quantify some of this data. I think your example is a good one because I just know from a practical standpoint, if you were, for example, one of those 4% internalizers and you popped up on a radar, you would get a visit from a counselor. And now I have to believe that part of that is about providing some learning opportunities, some strategies like you just described on how you might address something like that. But you're right, we don't quantify that in this report. So that there's a growth place for us there for sure. I would have to unpack, for example, if I had a counselor, I'd say, so what do you do in that setting? What lesson is it that you are imparting on the student to help them better manage their anxiety or whatever it is? Yeah. So
that would be really interesting because I always think of it in terms of we're identifying kids with these issues so that the teachers know how best to deal with the students, which is different than so that the student knows how to deal with him or herself. And so I think that's a really interesting point that you're raising. And maybe it would be as simple as finding out, how do the counselors counsel the kids who are identified in those different buckets? What services do we provide them?
Similarly would be if you click on the Swedish partnership link, which one of those, the table doesn't even have like axes on it. And so that probably should be redone
We need to
before
clean
they
up the
get
table.
submitted. But again, so to pivot from identifying the problem, because again, that's more EL. So again, what is the student learning part of it? Because the specific statement is learn to identify signs of emotional health concerns in self and others and when to seek supportive resources. So we really so the first step is to do that identification part, which is what you've listed essentially.
Yeah.
We really want to get to the so what part. And I don't see that. And I know this is part of the work in progress. This is a learning. This is
It's a good point.
a new part of it. But I think that would separate to make this different than the EL that we currently have that talks about some of this stuff. Because that's more, again, in my understanding of ELs versus Ns, it's what the district does versus what we want the student to know.
Yeah. There's a lot of means in here, not a ton of outcomes. I hear what you're saying. Even as I look at it, like I have, because I've been part of the PD at times, suicide prevention training. So there is some specific things that you train the students to look for in case they see it in one of their friends or something. But you're not going to get that necessarily unless you go sometimes deep into the curricular documents and read, here's what we would be teaching the students. And so, I've made some notes there. And this, I will tell you too, Dr. Gallinger, this has been a challenge for us over the years in some of these ends monitorings, trying to move from telling you, well, here's the program that we use to here's data that shows the program is working with students. I guess that's sometimes what we struggle with.
Because I'm sure that you're doing it. I'm sure you're using the STQ and then the principals are making sure that students are getting served. But we would love to know how they're getting served and more to make sure that's happening consistently across every secondary building in our district that does SDQ. And that's where that would be helpful for us to know. For the same reasons I've raised the concerns about the SEL curriculum or lack thereof in a lot of our grade levels then it becomes, if you happen to be an IB student at Skyline, then you don't get it because of you're not taking ISD health class.
Yeah, you were. Yeah.
So that's what my hope is, to move away from sort of like the stars have to align for you to get this opportunity to us being assured with fidelity that every student gets the opportunity to learn.
Yeah.
Particular thing.
It's a good point. Well, the nice thing about this is we can go back and listen to this conversation and unpack some of this as well. Plus, I know Diane over here behind me to my left keeps very good notes for me as well.
Sure. And then it would be the same thing for 4.3. Again, that's what evidence is currently in 4.3. It seems to be more EL type evidence about what the district does than what the student learns. And I know part of it is curriculum, and I think that's an important thing. And certainly we have a lot of ways to go for a social media curriculum in our district. And I know that is a work in progress. But it's how are we ensuring that our students are actually learning that? And I don't have an answer for you, but
Right.
that's just something to think about is how are we assuring that they're actually learning it? And certainly curriculum is the first step. And I know we have to do the curriculum part first,
Yeah.
but once that comes online next year, it would be great to know. So how do we actually know whether our students are learning it?
Yeah. And one of the things that, and this is kind of shows my own capacity limits. If you look back, this particular EL has led to the development of a lot of surveys over the years. But I'm finding that, first of all, you just don't want to be giving a survey to a student every few weeks. You'll get survey fatigue, and then your data will start to be questioned anyway. But I have to get more creative in how I can pull that data out of the system and not just ask the students. Probably should reach out to some of our instructors. They may have some good ideas for us. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, we have a motion on the floor. All in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes.
Thank you.
And where are we? Oh, we are at resolution 1165 with the capital facilities plan. And we need yet another motion.
It's that kind of night.
It's that kind of night.
I move the board adopt resolution number 1165, establishing the Issaquah School District 2021 Capital Facilities Plan, CFP, and school impact fees.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded, and I see gentlemen from the Capital Department at the podium.
Yes, our CFO, Mr. Cooper, and Director of Capital Projects, Tom Mullins, are here to speak to our capital facilities plan and questions. And a few years ago, this was a hot topic, especially as it related to impact fees. And I know it keeps bubbling up periodically. So,
Jacob Cooper, Chief Financial and Operating Officer, here with Director of Capital Projects, Mr. Tom Mullins. They're not planning on providing you a detailed presentation, as this is a very similar plan year to year, and it's updated annually. And this is the first stop in about a half dozen meetings this plan will have as we circle around our region and go to our municipalities. The very next meeting following your work this evening is the School Technical Review Committee at King County. That's the 11th of June. I do want to highlight a few things for you, though. First off, the rate from year to year, which is always one of the most important things to look at. The 2020 rate for your reference was $18,213 for a single family residence. This year is $20,291. It's an increase of roughly 10%. And then the MFR, the multifamily rate, there's two rates for your, last year was $12,043. This year is $8,343, a decrease of 30%. That was driven predominantly by a lowering or decrease of the generation rates in our multifamily housing. So that is, as we've talked about, the numbers will move and should move if you're following the standard and agreed upon protocols from the Growth Management Act in King County years ago, which means if your generation rates, which is the number of students produced by your housing units, moves up or down, that will drive your rate accordingly. We have had work studies, several work studies in the past going over the impact fee calculations. We had a two-step process. However, this year, given our timelines, we were unable to do a full two-step process, and I don't believe that it was requested. So this is your evening to review and hopefully take action as it is presented. And if you have any questions, Mr. Mullins will answer all the difficult ones.
Harlan.
Can you walk me through the enrollment projections? Because that's what seems very different now. And obviously this past 18 months has
Yes.
everything. But when I glance at it, it looks like you're not forecasting us to get back to where we were 2 years ago until almost 2030.
Well,
so I guess how valid is it beyond 3 years versus 5 years versus 10 years? I have no idea what the expectation is.
And Dr. Gallons, you do have the innate ability to find the most complicated part of a puzzle, which is a compliment. Yeah.
That's what you pay me for, right?
Yes. You earn your $50 every meeting, that is for sure. So to your point, though, enrollment projections in this plan in particular were fairly difficult because the model is based on a historic looking cohort survival. The 15-year cohort, the 15-year projection that's on here is, it is valid if it's strictly a linear show. I do believe, though, I was trying to portray in this projection, yes, there was a decline. We do believe we're going to come out of it, but I believe I was overly aggressive in the rebound, that it would cause some significant issues as we were to try to get things approved by our municipalities and master builders. So do I believe that our actual enrollment will continue to grow faster than what's provided to you in this plan? Yes. However, I did want to be conservative and not overestimate that bounce because that would have some bigger or larger reverberations than if we were more aggressive on that. So correct. We did struggle with that. We actually talked to council and Tom and districts around the region are struggling with the same thing on those long-term capital projections because they are so linear based that they're just basically roll-ups with some additional factors on top.
So Jake, over the years, I've done a number of levy presentations, many of them with members of this board. And I've always kind of said, we can historically be incredibly accurate. I say historically because things changed a little bit in the last couple of years on single year projections. Because in our district, the vast majority of that is roll up, grade to grade, and then a projection of elementary. We're pretty good when we look at 2 and 3 year out projections. But I've always felt like once you get out to about 5 years, it's really hard to predict. So, you don't know if a pandemic's going to happen or a real estate collapse or.
True. And I will say that the largest anomalies in my models over the years have been externalities beyond my control.
Right.
Great Recession.
Yeah.
And pandemic.
Yep.
Another time that was very interesting, and I think across the region, was about 2 or 3 cycles ago. Basically, housing starts were slow. Just, the timing was not the typical summer move-in, and a lot of districts around the east side of King County were caught a bit short. But to your point, though, these historical models are only good as what's feeding them. So if you have stable enrollment growth, we were having 2-3% enrollment growth every year forever. And there are changes every cycle, one of which you were talking about. You were just talking about running start enrollment.
Mm-hmm.
That can have a interesting effect on your high school enrollment. And I will say, just as an anecdote on that, Liberty, as an example, has the lowest running start as a percentage. And I think most of that's to do with their location and their geography, not necessarily anything.
It's not
else.
quite as accessible.
It's not as easy to go
students.
to BC if you're in Liberty student as
Mm-hmm.
you are in Issaquah High or Skyline. So, but point being is every year there are some anomalies. There are new housing structures in the pipeline, new housing developments. But to Dr. Gallinger's point, longitudinal projections, if somebody stands up here and raises the right hand to you and says they know what's going to happen 15 years from now, they're lying. Simply put.
Yeah.
So.
Well, and I think too, there's political dynamics that occur as well, because you go back 35 years in this community, there was a lot of unchecked development. It was happening. It was coming fast. Cities were welcoming it, and cities didn't even exist that exist today. And recently, we're starting to see some pushback to the rapid growth and the subsequent traffic congestion and everything. So that's hard to predict. The other thing, and you and I talked about this recently, that I think was in the national media, there was a lot of speculation that we were going to see increasing birth rates as a result of the pandemic, and the opposite happened. And in fact, now we're looking at did I not hear correctly? Like the lowest birth rates in generations just occurred. So it's in my mind, I'm always thinking, okay, 5 years from now, what is that going to mean for kindergarten classes? And is that true of King County, or is that just more of a national number? So, and I know we'll pull the data for King County, but I think it's fascinating, and it's getting way more complicated in my estimation to do good, accurate enrollment projections in this particular district than it was, say, 10 years ago. Sorry about that, Jake.
No, I would agree. And I think what is telling for us is the next 24 months. So if this coming year, I actually am hoping that I'm wrong with my projections to the better.
Yep. I hope you're wrong too.
Now, to that point, that's different. That's a different story. But if we regain our 1,200 to 1,700 student loss over the next 24 to 36 months, that would be a testament to us regaining our ability, customer base, because we're back in business, traditional business. So that's something to watch for. Fortunately, we also have new buildings coming online, which we've had many, many years. I won't say sometimes our buildings are, just because they're large doesn't mean they're overcrowded, because we do have enough classroom space for them. But our common areas can be very congested, as we've talked about over the years, because they're just not able to handle the student load. So fortunately, right now, there are no places in the system where facility space is driving larger class size, which is always we talk about that every year. That's our biggest fear, is that facility space drives larger class size than necessary. So I hope things will be steady as they go. For the capital facilities plan, I would recommend adoption this evening. Dr. Mullins and we have had several conversations with a few of our municipal partners that are all over the roadmap when it comes to where they want their fee to be to adopt as it comes to them. City of Sammamish is thinking about adopting a higher rate than we are providing them. We've had municipalities adopt a lower rate than we provided them. And so my advice to you is adopt your rate, and we'll let the municipalities determine what they want to do thereafter, because you are the elected body that determines the impact fee rate.
Yes, and to be clear about that, really the cities, go ahead, Marnie. I didn't realize you were.
I guess, because who sees this document? This gets submitted.
So we email this and mail this to all the planning departments and their community development directors.
Because I think when we talk about the enrollment, for me, things like not having any explanation for a near 1,500 student dip in 2028, that's where I sit back and go, how realistic is, like, what methodology is leading that? Because that sounds like this year's dip. And so I don't know, like, why there would be the supposition, unless maybe, Nostradamus has been speaking to you. You know something else that's happening.
No Nostradamus. However, Denise Stefan, as you know, represents us in a broad array of land use issues. She has primed the King County and the STRC about our long-term enrollment projections, particularly with the anomaly of COVID. And so we have already laid that groundwork, both in written communications to that group, and then just our conversations generally. So you're right. It is a very weird time to try to project enrollment 15 years from now, because that anemic kindergarten class now, or earlier grades and earlier spectrum are going to affect those 10 years, 12 years out. So the model spits out.
And my other comment was that there is a typo in the header.
Tom? I'm just kidding. We'll catch that in editing. It's the Scribner's error. Is there any other questions or concerns? The district has been doing this since 1991 or 2. We were one of the first districts in the state to collect impact fees. And I believe thus far the program's probably netted about, last I looked, a little over $50 million since existence.
Anne had a question.
So build one school in 30 years.
Yeah.
Basically, it's paid for our portables over the years, to be completely honest.
Mine wasn't so much a question, but a comment to your point about the cities. And the cities are the collection agency, right? So, really, this is our impact fee, which passes through the cities.
Yes.
So in a bit, for the cities to choose to do something other than what we do, they're getting in the middle of our business, which is to set the impact fee.
They have the ability to do that.
I know, because they're the one that makes the final fee because of the way they collect it. But
So-
the whole mechanism that gets them involved in this is because they are the collection agents.
They are
Yes.
determined, they're the fiscal agent under statute, because when the GMA and this concept first came out, school districts did not want to be in the business of collecting fees from homeowners as they were either on plat, permit, and some municipalities have occupancy. So there's different ways to collect that fee. To your point, City of Sammamish has made it clear that they want to take a different direction, and then the district likely will be renegotiating the interlocal agreement with them in that regard, because currently our interlocal agreement would have the city potentially paying the legal fees to defend, or is that in Issaquah? So our municipalities, we have a kind of a hodgepodge of interlocals on who has the onus on defending the fee. So we'll be renegotiating that to ensure that if there's a change of the fee other than you have provided to them, that the city in turn needs a rational legal basis to do so, or it opens itself up to legal challenges on the rate.
Right, it becomes their legal issue, not ours.
Correct.
And does it happen often that cities change the impact fee from what you recommend?
It hasn't happened to, City of Issaquah wanted to do it, but never did.
Right.
The most recent instance was that the city of Renton, and they used to only collect about half. And then City of Newcastle, actually, they don't collect impact fees at all for us anymore, do they? Nope. Then City of Newcastle does not collect impact fees at all.
Really?
Even though,
And they are.
oh no, they collect impact fees.
Do they or don't they? Let's clarify
I
that
need to
for the
Yeah,
clarify
record.
let's be super clear on that one.
They do not, they still collect impact fees. Yep.
Newcastle does still
collect
collect.
impact,
But wasn't there a time when Bellevue was not collecting impact fees, Jake? Am I?
Yeah, Renton was the one that did for the longest time did not collect.
Okay.
And they're at liberty to do that? They're free
They
to?
are at liberty to, through their code, to either not be a fiscal agent for us or adjust.
So
our
we
fee.
really have remarkably little control over what we receive in impact fees other than to recommend a number and hope people adopt it?
I will say 90% of the time, the municipalities adopt your fee as it's presented to them.
Okay.
Historically, that's been the case, but the board is well aware. You've had conversation with some of our city partners that there's, how do I put this? I think that for some, the idea is they want to discourage development.
Mhm.
And the idea is if we can charge a higher impact fee, we will discourage development in our community, which is an interesting problem because under the Growth Management Act, they are required to take a certain percentage of growth too. So,
I
you know,
think most of our cities, municipalities in our area have already accepted like all the people that need to.
they've
until
met their goals.
2030 or something like that.
Yeah. So it's an I guess I should say it's an understandable thing if that is the goal of a city. But there was a time in this region when they were encouraging that. And so there wasn't an issue with them collecting the fees. And the fear was, for example, in places like Renton, they didn't want us to discourage growth and development. So they didn't want to collect impact fees. So it's kind of gone both ways, I guess,
Yeah,
for us
and
over the years.
It's really cyclical. I mean, to be honest with you, the anti-growth and the pro-growth sentiment, as you all know, for some of you have been around this communities for a long time, it just changes over time.
Well, and I have concerns about Sammamish because when did they decide this? In the summer, in the fall?
They haven't taken, what lovely meeting were we at, Tom, where we stayed till 1 a.m. With our friends at the city of Sammamish. That was this fall, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's been this school year.
So I don't know if they've taken final action on how they are going to do the fee change. But it is something they wanted to do.
Well, the reason I'm asking about Sammamish, my concern is we just finished filing week. They have 4 open city council seats and only 1 incumbent filed. So you're going to have 3 new people on the Sammamish City Council plus 2 more with 2 years experience come November. So it's going to be a really interesting time at the city council.
So is that the meeting you're volunteering to speak at, Director Weaver?
No.
And when they collect more, do we get more or are they collecting it and then they pocket whatever the
It
difference is?
would be our fee. Yeah, we would collect more. That is, so it is, in that regard, it's not all bad.
So that's the
Yeah,
bright side.
but, and I know we've talked about this before, and I don't know how in depth we want to get into this, but there is a certain political calculation. People need housing. Developers own land and have legal rights to build housing. But it does get tied up sometimes in the local politics of the time. And we've always taken the position that we are not pro-housing or we are not anti-housing. We simply, whatever population we serve, we want to be able to adequately house and educate the children. And so we've tried to stay out of the politics, frankly, of this over the years, because you might imagine this is not a popular program typically with large builders like the master builders. And as we've already discussed, sometimes cities do like it and other times they don't. And so it kind of goes back and forth. So I would argue that we should continue to maintain a neutral position. We are not a permitting agent for housing. And therefore, really what we do is we provide the educational infrastructure and services for multiple municipalities around us. And, if they want to wade into the politics of that, I guess that's certainly their option and their choice.
If there's a new interlocal agreement with the city of Sammamish, does it come back to the board or is that simply between you?
Yes, all those interlocals are usually placed on your consent agenda for your consideration.
Thank you.
And then I had one more question. I know, I can't remember what it is. I know that I had heard about changes or proposed changes that the Growth Management Act or Advisory Board was considering, and we had sent Denise there, and I can't remember what those were off the top of my head, and then how it might impact this. Either in our costs or what growth is coming or whatever.
I know exactly what you're referring to, but I believe it's not the cap facilities plan, but it's the work we were having Denise work on was the policy planning.
Yeah, it's
2050. Is it 2050 now?
Yeah, it's the King County body, right? That implements the growth management.
Yes, there's too many acronyms. There's the PSRC and there's the GMPC. And right off the top of my head, I can't remember which one does what.
I mean, but yeah.
PSRC.
But, we have weighed in and made clear our ongoing position related to our ability to cite schools under the current rules just doesn't work well for us. As I've said it in congressional or legislative hearings. We're kind of the poster child, I think, for what can go wrong with the current implementation of the Growth Management Act as it is done in King County. Mm-hmm. I won't make the board relive your property purchase of May Valley, your sale of property in May Valley, your subsequent purchase of the property at the base of Talus at 10 times the rate, 20 times the rate.
I was just going to say, I had the same reaction.
Yeah, I know. If you feel like a little PTSD setting in right now, it's understandable. So
I wasn't going to relive.
We have made it very clear and will continue to make it clear that we believe that there are problems in the way that work is being done that are to the detriment of our ability to serve students in our community.
Okay.
I don't know how.
And I was just wondering if that was because it's not in a certain state that you can reference it. It will not impact this plan. But in the future, it would impact
Correct.
The costs for us, et cetera.
Yes, correct.
Okay, any further discussion or questions? Everyone has all the information they need? Okay, we ready to vote? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Motion passes.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Jake.
We'll update you as we move through our municipal meetings in the fall. If we need your support or if we have to renegotiate interlocal agreements. So thank you.
Okay, so next on the agenda is middle school health curriculum materials. This is something that was on the consent agenda, and a board member asked to pull it to the regular meeting agenda since we had quite a bit of public input at our last meeting regarding what we were teaching in health. It seemed like a good opportunity to just talk a little bit. Obviously, this is a very specific adoption, but to take the opportunity to talk a little bit more in general about what is it exactly that we teach in health. Oh, do I want a motion? Yeah, probably.
I move the board approve the additional middle school health curriculum materials as recommended.
Second.
You'd think by now I'd have the cadence, but no. Okay, thank you. And Rich Mellish is here to talk to us.
Yeah, go ahead. Executive Director Rich Mellish is here and brought a special guest with him as well. I'll have Rich do the introductions to talk about the middle school health adoption that's before you tonight.
Well, thank you for creating a space for this conversation. We are proud to present the kind of final pieces of this middle school health adoption. Again, I'm Rich Mellish, Executive Director of Teaching and Learning Services for the audience out there. And I brought with me today Dawn Graham, one of our health teachers at Maywood Middle School. She is our health teacher leader and has been part of the adoption team. This is an important topic, so I actually, for once, wrote a statement that I would like to read in this case. So, the materials up for vote today add to the materials adopted earlier this spring to bring our middle school health adoption to completion. This adoption was part of our scheduled 7 to 10 year adoption cycle. It updates our approach to health so instruction stays relevant to the health-related issues students face on a daily basis and prepares them to make informed, healthy choices into their future. These materials represent a factual, scientific approach to health education. Topics covered in this curriculum include physical health, including self-care and nutrition, social emotional well-being and mental health, drug and alcohol use, including updated information about vaping, digital safety, including social media safety and social media addiction, and sexual health. Again, these are all areas that students face now and will face into their future. These are areas of interest and curiosity to our students. These are areas where students are barraged with misinformation and where they can easily Google their questions, which leads them to information that might be factual and science-based or may provide information that could lead to harm. We believe it is critical for students to navigate this world by empowering them with factual, science-based information on healthy choices. We acknowledge that there have been fears expressed within our community about health education, particularly sexual health. With this adoption, ISD continues to use, as adopted in 2017, the second edition of the FLASH curriculum. FLASH, developed by Public Health Seattle and King County, is a factual science-based curriculum that increases knowledge about the reproductive system and puberty. The second edition, again, is adopted in 2017, meets the requirements of the 2020 sexual health law. It is respectful of diverse values and encourages family involvement. It is not a how-to program. It does not encourage nor condemn personal or family values. It gives information to students they need to understand the changes in their body and to make safe personal health decisions. Studies have shown that students who learn from FLASH and similar programs are more likely to avoid high-risk behaviors and more likely to make choices about their sexuality and sexual health that match their personal values. This adoption of middle school health curricula, like our elementary and high school health curricula, is the culmination of the work of educators and leaders taking a researched approach and carefully selecting materials that align to the standards and reflect the needs and values of our community. The Instructional Materials Committee, a group of educators and parents, have vetted these materials to ensure that they align to our community values. Board directors, thank you for receiving this recommendation. Dawn and I are here to address any questions you may have.
Yes, and thank you for going through that. It has been quite the topic. I just want to go through a couple of really basic questions, particularly as it relates to the FLASH curriculum, which is what grades do we have it in?
So in middle school, so 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. And these are all age appropriate. 6th grade has a different curriculum. 7th and 8th grade have the same curriculum, with the exception in 7th grade, we don't show the video on condoms, steps of condom usage. So that's the only difference.
Great, because I think that's a big discussion point, that somehow there's kindergartners and very young children going through the.
And we do start the flash curriculum in 5th grade, and the 5th grade and 6th grade curriculum are very similar to each other.
So in 5th grade, they'll get lesson 1, and the lessons build on each other. So then in 6th grade, they'll get the second lesson. And again, those lessons build on one another.
So there is no flash kindergarten curriculum in the ISD.
There is no flash kindergarten curriculum.
Well, there is if you Google it and get some misinformation online.
Yeah, I get it. Thank you, Dawn, for that clarification. I'm not saying it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
It's not taught in the ISD.
No.
Yeah. And then the other part I'd love you to talk a little bit more about is, you mentioned encouraging family engagement. And so you talked about, I think, in 2 ways. One was in the curriculum review process, and another in the actual, I think, delivery component.
So in every single lesson in the flash curriculum, there is parental homework. It's optional. It's not graded. It's not required. It's optional. It's put up at the front of the classroom, and as students leave, if they would like to participate with their families in this homework, they can. The great thing about the homework is that it's scripted, so that parents know, what questions to ask, and then they can bring their own, family's values and belief systems into that conversation, and it's encouraged. But again, it's optional. Thanks for the question.
I actually had one, and it's probably not specific to this curriculum, which I'm fine with. Mine is an overall understanding of teaching and learning and the use of YouTube in curriculums. And my biggest concern with that is YouTube analytics. When a student clicks on a link, what it does to their search results for future viewing, because so it changes the recommendations based on what they're clicking on. And so, is there an opportunity for us to begin utilizing videos that we can either purchase somehow, or if it is free? Because the other piece is that I don't know who Erica's Lighthouse, I don't know what that organization is, but they are likely, if they're getting this many hits, they're likely monetized. So now our students, every time they're clicking on them, that organization is getting a payment from Google for that. And ads are run. If they don't have an ad blocker, they're seeing ads that we don't know what's going to be associated with that. So I'm looking for, are there ways that eventually we can get out of using YouTube as a curriculum piece and get that? There's ways to even extract it if it's something that we can get permission to extract that video rather than sending them to YouTube.
Yeah.
I'll speak to Erica's Lighthouse, because I was actually the one that was involved in getting that going. I was very concerned about, the high rate of, anxiety disorders, a 20% increase from 2007 to 2012, directly related, a lot of it to social media and the demands that our students are having. Teen suicide, leading cause of death in our district. I mean, these things are concerning to me as a health teacher. And so I really pushed when we were doing the adoption. We had the counseling TOSA was on our adoption. She was at our meetings, and I went to her and I said, listen, we've got to get something better here that speaks to middle schoolers, because there's a lot of great curriculum out there for college and high school, but that really speaks to middle school. And she brought Erica's Lighthouse to me. I piloted those lessons right before COVID, had a counselor come in and watch me teach and say, what do you think about this? I said, I love it. for many different reasons.
Right. So my concern isn't about the content of the video. My concern is about, I think we had one teacher using supplemental material and sent students off to a website of a random YouTuber who happened to have illegally extracted something from National Geographic. And so, so for me, it's more about the process of, is there a way to get away from using YouTube, but to be able to get that? So, could we contact Erica's Lighthouse and say, can we use this by permission and pay a certain fee towards that, as opposed to sending them to her YouTube or to their YouTube site?
So yeah, and I'll speak a bit to that because you're raising a couple of very interesting questions around the use of YouTube. Now, many of these particular videos are actually shown by the teacher, so it's not the students going in and necessarily clicking on them. But also, several years back, the decision was made that YouTube was a growing forum for videos that could be useful, whether that be Khan Academy or other educational videos. And so we opened up the YouTube media forum, and I think you raise a very complicated issue because now there are a lot of videos that really aren't available outside of YouTube. Now, some videos, you're right, we can extract and we can load straight into Canvas, we can load straight into Seesaw, we can load them straight into other media. And we could explore the idea of some of these videos being purchased rather than linked on YouTube. It then becomes a cost to the district. Right now they're free, but you're right, there's some monetization. And that's one of the interesting things about the direction of curriculum in general is curriculum is monetized now in multiple different ways. Most of our curriculum do come with digital media, and there's many different types of contracts we sign to access that media. Most of it's directly with the publisher. But YouTube is just one of those things that have become a predominant media that we have available to us. Supplemental materials, teachers have always chosen from a wide variety of resources. And with social media, we really do rely on the expectations of our teachers to really vet the material and make professional decisions on the use of supplemental materials, because we do have a policy that allows them to select their personally vetted supplemental materials. In our health adoptions, I just want to point out that we have, because any material that we suspect could be controversial or challengeable, we take through the IMC process if we're adding it to. So with health adoptions, we've tended, even when we add a single video, to run it through the IMC and look for school board support on those, just to make sure that we're having an abundance of precaution to make sure that the materials we put in our health curriculum reflect our community values. So not an easy answer to your question.
Well,
it's
and
a big
again,
issue.
so it's the last time I'll make the statement. It's less about the actual content
Yeah.
of the video and more about the content creator that you are building a relationship with without them knowing it.
Yeah, it's the hosting platform of YouTube is what I hear your concern around.
Well, so
Meraldo.
So the video stands on somebody's YouTube page, right? The
Right.
content creator. And so that's part of it, is you're now building a relationship with a content creator that you don't know who they are. And so rather than having a contract, you're just utilizing their things. And the other piece is, if the student goes home and say, I watched this video, I want to rewatch it for whatever lesson or something, then how the analytics of YouTube work when that student, I do like that it's not until 8th grade that you do that, which recognizes that YouTube content, accessing it is for 13 and over. But it does change what recommendations then show for that student if they're accessing those YouTube.
Wow. And I will say that it is not a consistent practice, because we do have a lot of teachers will extract the video when possible and embed it into their Canvas or Nearpod or another app, in part because there's no guarantee that it stays in YouTube. They can take that content down. So a lot of teachers, knowing that, when possible, will capture that video and put it in a different delivery system, but that's not always possible. And we don't expect that of teachers. We don't direct teachers to do so.
That makes it really hard for those of us at home who block YouTube for our kids to access learning. Just so you know, this year has been very hard for my middle schooler because of that practice. which I understand you're trying to make it easier, but it actually doesn't make it easier. But what I was going to say is, I don't have like what you're presenting here. I think this is very straightforward. But let's say it was controversial and a family felt uncomfortable because they didn't want their student to be exposed to this particular lesson because they believed that if they were exposed to it, for whatever reason, that their value system didn't align with that. Are they aware of this curriculum and how would they opt out? And what does that actually look like?
I'm gonna let Dawn take this one because she does that for them. So
So there is a process, and a letter home to parents should go home about a month prior to teaching it. The date should be given. That's an indicator that, hey, this is going to be taught. A lot of times parents have not attended the fall meeting where we talk about the curriculum. So they're given the opportunity to then make that decision, make the contact with the parent, or make the contact with the teacher. The protocol is laid out in the letter, what they need to do. And so once they do that, and it's also laid out in the letter what their student will be doing during that time. And during that time, they can, again, opt their child out of any piece of the Flash curriculum without previewing. The state omnibus law, they have to come and preview every year to opt out of the HIV and AIDS. And they sign a piece of paper for that. So then their student would do an alternative assignment. And it's going to be something around that's health related of their choice. I've had students that have had asthma that have done a research paper connected to asthma. I've had students do research papers on obesity and a wealth of other. Sometimes I give them ideas. Sometimes they know right away what they want to do.
Can you speak to how does that actually look on a given day? Meaning what feedback we were hearing from the community was they're isolated or they're meant to be set apart. And that's the last thing that a middle schooler wants. So.
And it can be set up a lot of different ways. The best way to set it up is just to have the student go to the library. So they'll go to the library. They won't even have to come into class. So it's not like they're coming in, bringing attention to the fact that, oh, hey, I'm coming in and then I'm leaving. They'll go to the library and the librarian will just let me know that they were present. So I know that they are there and safe and doing what they need to be doing.
And I wanted to also point out on the question of notification to parents is that we do have information nights for elementary, middle, and high school for Flash. And this last year and this year, we did them on Zoom because of the notice that we've had on a live event. We may have 50, 60, 70 families show up. On the Zoom, we had, I think it was like 200.
We had 200 this year.
Yeah. And I've been to several of those, and we have some of our family liaisons there so that they can help with make sure that it's culturally responsive and can help with some of the language challenges that happen. But what I have noticed again and again is their parents are very open with their questions. It's a very polite and professional conversation, and our staff very competently answer their concerns. And I'm sure that some of those families may opt out after that, but what we have found is that once they see the presentation of what's happening, very few do opt out because it is not a curriculum that pushes a set of values. And that's one of the fears that comes up. And like Dawn, I use the phrase from Dawn, it's not a how-to program. We're not teaching them how to engage in sexuality. We're talking about the facts of sexuality and facts of their physical development so that they can make healthy choices. And I will say that, yes, it's a difficult thing when a student opts out of any of our educational opportunities because it's hard to opt out of an educational opportunity without opting out of the classroom. And we do, I feel our health teachers do a really nice job of protecting the dignity of the student to make sure that they're not being highlighted for choosing an alternative experience. So.
Thank you.
Okay, so to be clear, the opt-out thing, that's for the Flash portion of the curriculum, or is it for any portion of the curriculum?
Well, to be fair, if there's a specific lesson in just about any of our curriculum or a specific set of materials on any of our curriculum that a parent wants to opt and ask for an alternative experience, we are generally able to do that. And I say generally because we've had the occasion when somebody wants to opt out of a core unit of a course, and then that gets to be very difficult because now we're opting out of the standard as well, and that is less clear cut and dry of how we make sure we teach the standard as well. So, but most of the time, a parent wants out of a chapter out of a book or a specific lesson or unit, and yes, sexual health is probably the most common time, but there are occasions in other curricula as well that they might opt out of a lesson.
Yeah, but to be clear, so the health is a quarter?
It is 12 weeks. It's a
Trimester. A trimester, excuse me. I don't know where a quarter came from.
We normally teach the Flash lessons at the end. So you develop that foundation, that relationship with those students. So you have a safe environment where they know you and you know them, and you're able to have, these conversations.
So but for Flash, I'm talking about a handful of days out of a trimester.
Yep, at the very end.
Okay, just wanted clarity around that.
Yeah. I might add, Director Weaver, and it's been a number of years, obviously, since I was a middle school principal, but I had Pam, I might even remember Sandy Grace, a former teacher of mine. And I remember going to her because she was one of my health teachers and saying, hey, I got to schedule an observation. I want to make sure not to schedule it during the Flash unit because I don't want to come in to the class and make the kids feel uncomfortable or anything like that. And she said, actually, Ron, that's the unit I want you to come in and do an observation on. And what brought me back to that was she said, it comes at the very end. You're going to see that I've established relationships with these students, and you're going to see that it's not going to feel weird, awkward, or uncomfortable at all.
No.
And she was right. And I think over the course that I was a principal there for 3 years, I did 2 or 3 observations during Flash, which was helpful for me as the principal too, because I had gone to some of the preview nights, but to actually see it, and it was very reassuring to me, just with the amazing amount of tact and kindness that it was managed, because this was 6th grade, if I recall. And, can be a delicate time, for a child in these areas. So I really have appreciated that. Was one of the folks that helped create the hybrid health class that we taught at middle school for a number of years, so we could open up access for students to do the world language courses. And so we had to do Flash through that as well. So I went to a number of those parent preview nights or the evening. So we made them come in for that portion of the teaching. That was one they couldn't do in the it seems weird now to think that was a hybrid, but given what we've gone through for the last year and a half. And again, just very, very impressed. And that was 8th grade with how that was being done. And that's why I appreciate that the board had requested this be pulled, because I think this was an important conversation for us to have to correct the record, if you will, for some misinformation that tends to get out there about what we're doing in the Issaquah School District as it relates to sexual health curriculum and health curriculum in general. And then the last thing I want to say specific to this, in a way, I'm super thrilled to see things like social media addiction, vaping, juuling, opioid crisis. I'm also brokenhearted about it, because those are words that were not in any of these adoptions even 5-10 years ago. And I'm glad they're there, because we absolutely see the impact of every one of those things that I just mentioned, teen depression including, on our own students. So thank you for bringing this up and making this contemporary for our students and giving them what they need now. So
I want to just add one other thing about the meeting in the fall. I've been there, I don't know, probably the last 10 years. I've been there as a representative for middle schools to just talk to parents and be there to answer their questions. And I just want to let each of you know that this is just an amazing opportunity. I've really enjoyed being able to be that representative, because at the end, a lot of parents, they don't want to ask their questions out loud. They want to just talk to you in person. And it's been a really amazing opportunity to connect with people in the community and, that have questions around what does this look like? And can you go through a lesson with me? And I'm really proud to be part of Issaquah School District, where we have such an amazing comprehensive health program. And I'm able to teach all kinds of things that I'm so passionate about, including teen depression and suicide and the opioid crisis and vaping and, social media and all of the other things that impact our youth right now. But those meetings are a great opportunity for parents to just come and be able to sit down with the teacher if they want to. So
I think Sydney has a question.
I do. And I think it's incredibly helpful to go through the detail you're going through, which is, what is the curriculum for what ages, the ability for parents to have that preview time of what the content is, the ability to opt out. I think it's also important to know that all the materials available online, so it's not secretive. I think the last piece that's important, just because I had a couple of conversations on this topic even after the last board meeting, people called me, is this idea of the public review period of curriculum, this curriculum in particular, but in general. And I think there's a feeling of, at least from the people I talk to, that these things just happen and they have no input and there's no voice and the school just does these things. So I think this piece that's here, which is if you could go through that on like, how do we actually make the material available even prior to it going into place would be helpful.
Yeah, so there's a couple of things around public review, and the big one is the instructional materials committee process, where we have members of the public as part of that review. So that's a small group that is reviewing it. But at that point, it also goes out before it comes to the school board. It's put out for a minimum of 10 work days, 10 school days for public review. So anybody can come in. We post it on our website. We send it out in e-news. And we put it right out here in the front where it's not behind a locked door. No appointment is necessary. Under normal circumstances, when the building is closed for COVID, we made it by appointment for a short while.
Building's been open now since
It's been
April.
open. Yeah,
Come on in and view the curriculum, folks.
Yeah, and increasingly, we're able to put the curriculum online where we can push it out and say, if you don't want to come to our building, just click here and you can see almost the entire curriculum. And so it is out there. And the other thing I would say is that we are a public agency, which means that every once in a while, my office does get a call and say, hey, can we get a look at your biology curriculum or some other curricula? And we gladly go grab one of our copies. We bring it down to the front desk and we say, someone's coming to take a look at this curriculum. Can you please give them access to it when they come in? And so anybody can come and look at our curriculum at any time. And we keep a master copy in this building almost always. Every once in a while, school runs short and we have to go find one for them. And I have to give them our last copy, but we can get a copy real quick for anybody, anytime. We are a public agency. There is no secret curriculum in our district.
And now we have a beautiful curriculum library where we can store all of those materials too.
And I also want to say that we've tried to make it a habit of predicting curricula where we think there might be extra interest. So that tends to be math, some sciences, the reading foundational skills, and we hold extra events earlier in the process where we think there's public interest. Sometimes we think there's public interest and like 2 people show up. That's okay. Sometimes we think, no, there's public interest and lots of people show up. But if we think that there's particular public interest, we actually do try to schedule an engagement event where we present to the public earlier in the process before the final recommendations to the IMC are made so that we can get input that way as well.
Any other questions or conversation?
Well, I'm sorry, one last thing is every adoption meeting, we post the minute, a public message within 24 hours of the meeting. And if specific materials that are being reviewed are linked in our adoption page. So even throughout the process, if the public want to see what materials we're looking at, they can see finalist materials. Probably won't see all 50 materials that we're looking at in the first stages, but when we get to finalist materials, we announce what those finalist materials are as soon as those are selected and they're on our webpage.
Some of you might recall a time before this very robust process was in place, and we were accused of some of the things that maybe you were hearing, Director Mullings. And so kudos to our TLS folks for all the additional efforts that they've developed over the past 10 years or so. In the long run, it can save us work. So, I mean, it's time well spent. But as I listened to Rich, I can remember as we developed each one of those processes over the years to be more transparent, to be more inviting to the public to come in and know what we're doing. And I appreciate what Rich said. You know, we're a public entity. We have nothing to hide here. If people want to come and see our curriculum. In fact, I strongly, strongly encourage it. Come directly to the source for your information, particularly in this arena is what I would recommend.
Okay. Are we good? All right. So thank you, Rich, very much for that. And Dawn.
Thank you, Dawn.
So I have a motion on the table. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention? Okay, motion passes. We are in the home stretch, people. Revision to board policy GP5, Chief Governing Officer's role. Do I have a motion?
I move the board accept the policy revisions for GP5, Chief Governance Officer's role as presented.
Second.
Okay, and as you recall, this was just adding a line that we would have a subcommittee of the board review the board handbook every election year. Any discussion? Didn't think so. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so I knew we'd make up time on that one. I don't remember a meeting where we've ever had quite so many motions.
7, just in case. But who's counting? I guess I am.
5 of them. Okay, legislation, Harlan.
Nothing at this time.
Really? Nothing. Oh, Marnie
But
has
Marnie has-
something though.
I will say so. June 8th through the 10th is the FRN, so Federal Relations Network, so Advocacy Institute. So the 8th and 9th will be their online virtual discussion about what the issues are. And then the 10th is a virtual day on the Hill. So WASDA staff and, well, actually FRN members throughout Washington State are trying to set up appointments with their congressional members. And then WASDA staff is setting them up with Senator Murray's office and Senator Cantwell's office. Fortunately, my Congress member is not available on the 10th, so I will be free to go to graduation. And so, yeah, so that's something we'll be working on. So I'm still waiting to see what the issues that NSBA will be bringing forward that we'll be talking with our congressional members about. I'm assuming a lot of it is around ESSER funding, the digital divide. I think it's 2 key issues that they'll be talking about.
Okay, and that's it. That was too easy. We're back on schedule. Works in progress. You don't even have to hurry.
I was going to say, I can drag this on if you'd like. I mean,
No,
there's plenty of work. I try to prioritize.
No, normally when we get here, you always say, I'll try to be as quick as possible. And I'm just saying you can breathe.
Oh, nice. You could breathe a little better anyway. I do have a number of things that I wanted to share with the board tonight. It's a very, very busy time of the year. It's actually kind of energizing. It's so busy around here. And I just want to start today with acknowledgement that better late than never to get our students an opportunity, our secondary students an opportunity to experience 4 full days a week, not quite 5 yet, but we'll get there in the fall. And I just want to thank the team out there, the support staff, the teachers, the principals, all the planning that has gone into this, all the different modalities. You know, I think back to about 13 months ago, 14 months ago. We spent a tremendous amount of time planning for a hybrid open to the school year. We had to pivot to a fully remote. We had to create the ISD live experience with live streaming. Then we began to bring back in groups of students, smaller groups of students, per the board direction to address those the furthest away from educational equity. And it's been a heck of a journey for sure. But I'm just really appreciative. And to those ends today, and I know President Weaver was there, I could tell from the screen in the Zoom, the PTSA Council, it's their annual time where they recognize outstanding educators at the building level. I'm proud to say I have a couple of PTSA Outstanding Educator Awards that I display proudly in my office. They recognized, the PTSA Council for 2021 recognized all of our ISD teachers for all of the efforts that they've gone through, changing teaching modalities and doing all of the things they've done. I don't know that it's very visible, but I will hold up this lovely plaque that that I've been given, which is interesting because I know IEA President Ronna Burkholder was in the room as well, and I kind of feel like I should metaphorically just pass this or virtually pass this on to her too. However, it is a district award, so it will be displayed in the display case behind us, and I'm so happy that we have a beautiful new display case that was completed during COVID. So most of our public haven't had a chance to see it yet, but it is back there. Congratulations to our teachers for this award. Thank you to the PTSA Council and President Aaron Eaton for honoring them. And certainly, I believe I saw Dorana at least was here earlier. When she's here for a meeting, she'll have to come down and look at the display case and see the award that the teachers received. So thank you to the PTSA Council. As I said earlier, the PTSA, the foundation folks are just such a treasure for us to have in this community. Other ongoing recognitions too, I received word last week that one of our students, Taylor Yingxi at Issaquah High, had received an Student Art Award, the OSPI Student Art Award, and she was presented that award by Superintendent Reitdahl. Taylor, it just so happened that same week got recognized by us with a friend of hers for our WASA, first ever WASA Student Community Recognition Award. For a project they did creating student art spaces and then shifting that project to virtual art spaces during the pandemic. Really a really neat thing. And then you may have saw on our homepage of our website too, we have another student who was recognized through reflections for her dance, which I just think is amazing because it's a very subcontinent, Indian style dance to a more Western contemporary song. And I thought, wow, this just feels like Issaquah. So congratulations to all those students and to all the families and the educators out there and our PTSA and our foundation for the support that they do for our students in the arts and keeping the arts really alive and thriving in our school district and community. Other big projects happening. Currently, I'm working to staff a number of open administrative positions. It's the time of the year when we are, people are making their announcements about retirements and wanting to have a change. And I think given the challenges of the last year and a half, we're seeing a bit of an uptick in decisions people are making to either retire now or in some instances go back and no longer be administrators. I've had a couple of cases where people are wanting to go back and maybe be in the classroom or sadly maybe just step away from education altogether. So having said that, we are still a very desirable place to work. We will draw good candidate pools. We have some open positions open to the outside world right now. We have Issaquah High School that we are building a candidate pool, both internally and externally for the executive director of elementary school to replace retiring assistant superintendent Bongard. I've opened that to the outside and internally as well, and still collecting and considering the multi-tiered system of support director position in TSS. So there will be a lot of surveys going out. There'll be a lot of first level interviews, second level interviews, paper screening of applicants, but that's all good work. And I'm confident we'll find outstanding people to fill our positions. So we'll be ready to start the 21-22 school year fully staffed. We talked a lot tonight about the recovery plan, so I won't go into any more depth than that. Just know the team and I have put a lot of effort in thinking into the development of that. Thank you for your consideration and ultimately adopting that tonight. As administrators, this is our evaluation time of the year. This is when principals are evaluating their assistant principals and their teachers and their support staff, and cabinet members are evaluating the principals, and I'm evaluating cabinet members, and it's a busy time of the year for that. We are planning for end of the year activities, in-person activities. We're very excited about that. We're excited about having in-person graduation ceremonies. We will have some expanded capacity at T-Mobile Park. I've got another meeting coming up about that too. There may even be an option for us to be able to get some food while we're in the park, since we are going to be there for a very long day. I had a mentor once tell me, Ron, don't ever let your board get too hungry. So I'll do what I can, even if I have to sneak out of there and go get us something to eat. But the kids get really excited this time of the year. I know one day I was called one of our high school principals, and I could tell that something was going on. And I said, "Oh, I'm outside distributing cap and gowns right now through a drive-up process." I said, "How is it?" She goes, "It's awesome. I enjoy this." And so that was fun. And so, yeah, I mean, just a busy time right now, a lot of that work happening, a lot of planning efforts for summer school that's coming. You've heard a lot about that tonight, and for the coming school year. And again, if I can just reiterate, I'm sorry, I wanted to back up too. I had a side note here when I talked about the community awards for WASA Metro, my professional organization, the organization that I'll be president of next year. We also recognized Kaylee Jakes and the Teen Garage. What a amazing thing that Kaylee and her folks have created over there. Just another example of how this community really steps up to support the young people and the school district. And so kudos to Kaylee. I love what she's done there, and just thankful for her and wanted to give her that recognition. There'll be some recognition coming out through the communications department to all these individuals here in the coming days as well. So just a lot of work in that regard, a lot of planning work. But I have to say, as this building now has been open for over a month, there's more and more activity, as our students spoke earlier tonight, out in the schools. It's feeling more and more like getting back to normal. And I, for one, am super excited about that. If you're like me and you're watching COVID numbers like I do, you see they're dropping. They're really dropping. Kudos to our community. I believe it is a result of the willingness to get vaccinated. And thank you, Director Moore, the vaccine clinic. Yes, we did run another vaccine clinic, this time for our students 12 and up, in partnership with Costco. They have been a wonderful partner in this effort. We ran that clinic last Thursday and Friday and vaccinated nearly 1,200 ISD 12 and up students. I know some of you volunteered at that clinic, and some feedback I heard was there was a lot of very grateful parents and a lot of kind of nervous kids going in.
There were kids that showed up all by themselves.
Yes.
They were awesome kids.
You know, I will share one of the principals there. shared an observation with me, just similar to what you said, Director Moore, how many kids they saw walking to the clinic that day. And that was really encouraging. It was pulling a lot of these kids in the downtown core, Issaquah. And another observation that there were a lot of students of color who showed up. And that obviously, because we know from listening to national statistics that some communities haven't had some of the same rates of vaccination. So we're very encouraged to see that as well. And just overall, a lot of appreciation for all those volunteers, including some on the board here, really through this whole process, the clinics that Dr. Gallinger helped us do and created for us that we ran earlier in the year, vaccinating so many people, our staff and in our community. And, we've talked about how our community has some of the highest vaccination rates in the entire region. And we also have some of the lowest COVID rates as a result. So, I am increasingly optimistic that this is going to result in the modification or hopeful removal of a lot of these COVID mitigation practices that have made, frankly, it very challenging to operate the school system. And if we've already received word that we'll be able to move away, it sounds like, from temperature checking and attestation. And the next things we've got to just keep on top of is the physical distancing rules and the contact tracing rules. If we can start reducing some of these efforts and we can start using our staff and our energy to educate and do what we are most trained to do, I just think that will be a joyful thing. So I encourage us all to do what we need to do to get vaccinated if it's appropriate for you. And let's keep these COVID rates going down so we can get back to normal and back to normal schooling next year. And that means activities and everything for our students. So thank you for that reminder, Director Moore. That was a big deal. And I just got to give another thanks to Costco Pharmacy. They've been a wonderful partner. And I appreciate their willingness to adjust the days of the clinic, the second shot days, to not impact the same cohort as much. And now with the 4-day-a-week option, I think that's even a little less of an issue. And of course, one of the days will be a Wednesday. So overall, I'm really pleased that we're able to do this. And I think it's part of the solutions to help us transition back to normal.
Yeah,
Looking forward to
Costco really did do an amazing job. This was clearly not their first rodeo. They had it all laid out, ready to go. There was a man named Casey who I think was in 6 different rooms at once. I'm not quite sure how he did it, but also Martin Turney and Dave Montalvo were both very prominent players in getting that all to run smoothly. And of course, the foundation helped get all the volunteers in the right places. And it was just really fun. I did not expect to have fun per se doing that, but I don't know. It was very rewarding. There were a few recalcitrant children. I was standing in a place where I saw them as they entered the gym. So every once in a while, a kid would dig in his heels and there would be a little, tete-a-tete with mom. And no, I don't think I want to. Yes, you do. But they all came through and I didn't see any tears. I saw some nervousness. And then as Ann said, there were some that just, 6th graders walked right in. Here's my form. I'm good to go. And one dad came up to me, wanted to know if he could get vaccinated. He was there with his kid. I said, let me ask somebody. That one's above my pay grade, but we got him vaccinated. So,
yeah, good.
It was, they were really flexible. They did a great job. They must have had 10 or 12 pharmacists there. They had a lot of people giving shots.
Yeah, I will say I got some feedback because Costco has been doing these. Costco Pharmacy's been doing this in other school districts and everything, that my Issaquah is really well organized and you seem to know how to do these. And of course,
good.
Well, this is number 10, I believe, for us. We have been doing this, so we had some practice, but this one was a little different because we brought in outside folks. And there was also, they loved the signs that said, thank you, Costco, for helping. That was something that our high school ASB kids did. So yeah, no, I appreciate everybody's efforts to do this because I think it demonstrates what we all want. We want to get back to normal. And this is the clearest path to do that. So, just again, kudos and thanks to everybody, going back to Dr. Gallinger and the clinics that we operated and these clinics. And, we may not be done yet. We may still be providing some opportunities to do some mobile clinics and maybe even try to do some more outreach to some of those even harder to reach populations. So anyway, I have to say it has felt better the last few weeks than it frankly has felt this entire school year, because I feel there's progress that's being made towards getting back to normal, real visible signs of it. And watching those numbers drop has been very gratifying as well. So keep up the good work, everybody. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, announcements and correspondence. We definitely had some correspondence. It's all listed here. I was remiss in not mentioning this at the last meeting, but I did reach out to Mayor Moran of the Sammamish City Council, suggesting that it was time for a meeting with the school board, because normally we did it annually, but it had been quite a long time. And I thought it would be great. And she said, let me talk to the council and get back to you. And then she got back to me and said, yeah, basically they were just too busy. And I think the gist I got was they had a lot to do, and then there's a summer hiatus. So maybe I can bug her again in the fall. Although, again, that council is going to turn over dramatically. They're going to have at least at a minimum, 3 new members. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting times in Sammamish, but I was disappointed that we couldn't schedule a meeting. I think it would be really helpful to be face-to-face with the Sammamish City Council, but it looks like not before fall. Does anybody else have anything? Marnie?
I had a SPAHN, SPAHN, and an email and then a subsequent meeting.
Okay. Anybody else? No, okay. Everybody's pulled back from the table. I'm not quite sure. Oh, okay.
We'll work on getting that plexiglass out of there for the next meeting. Yeah.
Oh, that would be nice.
It didn't even occur to me. Dr. Gallinger mentioned it. Of course, he's hidden it down at the end by 10 layers of plexiglass from you all. So
yeah, although it's Marnie that I actually don't see. I think it's because of the curvature of how we sit. Anyway, okay. Calendar and future agenda topics. Thank you, Diane, for this list, although you forgot one. June 3rd, Thursday night, we have our second executive session to review the superintendent. I have a draft document that is just about done, and I will try to get it out to you guys in the next day or two. So my hope is that we can spend this next meeting going over, making edits, changes. Obviously, you're not going to like everything I wrote, but it was, the first meeting was kind of like herding cats. So I'm hoping we'll be a little more focused.
Well, I apologize. I was a little late getting my year in review out to you.
Yeah, that was helpful though. So
today.
So June 3rd, registration for the WASDA annual conference.
And it's going to be in Bellevue.
I'm sorry?
Bellevue.
But it in person?
Bellevue in person?
Woohoo. That's exciting. Okay.
Sign us up.
Yeah, I think.
That was a fun argument last week.
June 10th is the Gibson Eck graduation, Issaquah Community Center. Highlighted new time, 1 to 2 p.m. Students arriving at 12:15. So there'll be a little bit more of a break between the graduation and the board meeting, I guess.
Yeah.
And we have a board meeting on the 10th. June 11th, graduations at T-Mobile Park. Apparently after 9, I lose my ability to enunciate. So is the entire board attending graduation or no? Yes?
I believe so. I think everybody has responded in the affirmative.
Okay. Well, that brings up something I'll bring up in a minute. June 16th is the ACT graduation at 2 p.m. at the ACT Portable Garden Area near Gibson Eck. That one is always fun. Well, they're all fun, but that one's kind of special. Future calendar items to keep in mind. We will have a July 8th board meeting, consent agenda only. And of course, we don't need to hold it at 6 PM if another time is more convenient because it's consent agenda only, and it usually takes about 5 minutes. And really, we only need a quorum of the board.
Oh, and can it be virtual?
I guess it could
Yeah,
be
I
virtual.
think we still can do virtual. Yeah.
Yeah, we could do virtual. Because not everybody lives as close as I do, huh? Okay, so, yeah, let me know. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, what time works for people or who wants to go?
Evening.
Evening, you want evening?
I have a all-day meeting that day, so.
Or we could just do a quorum of the board.
You've done that before as well.
I mean, I'm not trying to.
I guess I'm uninvited, so you guys can do it whenever.
No, that's not what I meant. I just, what's the pleasure of the board?
I think if we do it in the evening, you never know what comes up. So I
Well,
think if we plan it at our normal time, we plan it at our normal time.
what did I say, July 8th?
I think 6 o'clock remote.
6 o'clock remote? So we don't need a motion then because that's when it's scheduled, right? Well, and we don't need a motion to make it remote. I don't believe so. Okay. Okay, 6 PM. Fall board retreat. Are you kidding?
Just out there, as a reminder, the work never stops.
Nobody wants to schedule that now, do they? No, let's table that one. And then the last thing that I was asked to bring up, we have 2 meetings in June. Marnie is unavailable for the first one because she has a kid graduating, and Anne is unavailable for the second one because she's going to be out of town. And we were trying to figure out if there was a way to do the exec session to review your performance with all 5 of us in person, and wondering if there was maybe any possibility of doing that between graduations on June 11th. Would there be any place there that we could meet?
I could find out.
Are they going to let us in the building?
We have done that before. Some of you may recall, we've actually had an exec session inside what was then.
Yeah, I know, but you said
Fayetteville
that this year we couldn't.
Yeah, I
go
have
in the
to find
diamond,
out if there's a space. They've been opening things up, so I suspect.
Harlan is saying, yes, there's a space, or yes, that's a good idea.
Yes, there's space.
Okay. Okay, because I was thinking, well, we could just schedule another meeting, but wow.
Interesting. I guess we're not moving around enough here.
Thank you for
This
that.
isn't even our longest meeting.
No,
Yeah,
that doesn't normally happen.
we just, yeah, we didn't, we're
Yeah.
staying put.
Scheduling another meeting is hard, and then Anne suggested graduation day. And if the graduations are really only an hour apiece, we're going to have a lot of downtime.
Right, yeah.
So how would we have, but we'd have to schedule it right now because there won't be another time where we can take action and still post it 24 hours before? How might we do this, right? Because the next meeting is the 10th and then
Oh.
graduation's the 11th. So you'd have to post it 24 hours, even though no public could be there. Right, Diane?
But you can say it and announce it and choose a time. And if we have to change the time, we could still change it probably at the meeting of the 10th. Yes. And that'd be okay.
Okay, so if we just had a motion to have an exec session on June 11th at T-Mobile Park would be adequate. And
Yeah.
then you guys can,
If
we
you need
do
a
something
time,
with
it
the time.
could be 2:15.
That's what I was gonna say. You could
Just say
schedule it for, like,
2:15.
okay. Okay, so I move the board hold an exec session on personnel matters on June 11th at 2:15
Second,
At T-Mobile Park.
at T-Mobile Park.
still second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay,
You can get some work done that day too.
yeah. Gives me a tight deadline to turn that document around, but I'm sure with Anne's help, I'll manage. And that's all I have. Does anybody have any? Harlan?
Yes, I would like to add a future agenda item at our next meeting or at some point. I think it goes without saying that there's part of this year that's gone okay, but a large part it's not gone okay. And I think part of it has been a lot of the back and forth and I think a lot of us have felt that the whole MOU process has been a real challenge. And I would like to have a conversation with the board about having any MOU for the 2021 school year be approved by the board. And I think that part of that is even if we just look at like the last instance where there wasn't clarity on when we returned to school for 4 days a week.
Complete data versus
Even though the MOU
incomplete,
said
yep.
nothing about complete or incomplete.
Right. It was left unclear. Mhm.
So I think there's been enough instances of grayness that the board intent is clearly not getting through. And I think that the board should play a role in the 2021 school year based on all the feedback we're getting from the community about, you know, they're all like, well, why aren't you guys saying this or doing this? And like, well, we don't have any role in it. And that has been the case. But moving forward for 2021, we know there's going to be MOUs. There's going to be inevitable. I think that the board should be approving MOUs in 2021. Or sorry, for the 2021 school year.
Yeah, I'm certainly willing to schedule a discussion. I would have some questions in terms of, is there anything in the way the CBA is written that talks about what MOUs are and whether, because usually they're pretty, they're small and procedural and stuff. I mean, this year has been totally different from any other year, but I don't
I'm
know.
sure there's some language that dictate that's in there, but I don't think it would preclude you all from.
I mean, we
doing what you're
normally
talking about doing.
we approve the major bargaining agreements, and MOUs are usually procedural. In this case, this year they were not.
They were significant.
They were significant.
I will say, and I'm not planning on any MOUs to start the 21-22 school year. Now, the IEA or some of my other labor groups may feel differently about that, and I'm sure obviously if there's still a significant number of COVID mitigation requirements, that would make sense. But I do want to remind people the current MOUs expire at the end of this school year. We have a collective bargaining agreement that runs through August 31 of 22 with our teachers. And if conditions are normal, I would have no desire to, I don't know what I'd be getting an MOU for. Again, that may be my own opinion. There may be people out there who think I've lost my mind or something, and I can't predict exactly what COVID mitigation might or might not be. But all things being equal, I just want people to remember we still have a current in place CBA. And that will be the governing document that I think we should live by, or that we have to live by. But we'll see what happens. You know, we'll always entertain a request to bargain. It would be impact bargaining. And I actually share some of, I think probably the frustration, and I have to own it for the development of some of the MOUs. As I've reflected back on this past year, I don't know, maybe we were a little too quick to agree to actually enter into. I mean, we have to agree to bargain, you know, and particularly impact bargaining, but I don't know. I've been frustrated by the process as well. So welcome a conversation.
Yeah, I just think that a year ago, we would have felt the same way. So if you rewind to 12 months ago at this time of the year, we would have felt that the year we just experienced would not have been wrought with the challenges that it's had.
Well, because we thought we would open, yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
but we think we're going to open next year too, right? And so let us not be caught with our pants down a second year and go through this experience yet again. And so I think as a board, I don't want to go through this again. And so maybe this will be proactive and unnecessary, because if you don't bring any MOUs to us, then there's nothing for us to discuss.
Good point. Yeah.
But I think having that opportunity to actually be able to weigh in on it is going to be a really important conversation, both for us and as well as for your bargaining team, to say to IEA, like, that sounds nice, but it's not going to get approved by the board. So that's not a non-starter. And I think that position will be helpful to your team.
Yeah, I would agree. And I don't want to have too much of a discussion because it's not an agenda item currently, but I do think that there is some wisdom to that because we weren't involved in the bargain, but our rights as a board to set the modality of school and to when to start school, when to not start school was taken away. And so if an MOU comes to me, I'm not going to approve it if it takes away my power. It is okay to bargain the impact of a situation, but they bargained our power away. We as a board set when we stop school and what modality.
All right, well, it sounds like there is adequate will to add that to the agenda. So, yeah. And we have agenda planning next week, right? Yeah. Okay, anything else? 9:37 and we are adjourned.
How'd we do? What was our?
9:40.
Wow.
Score.